Shout out to Wilmington, Delaware. Appreciate the love. I'm hoping we can stop littering on the campus grounds. You know, too much litter on the campus grounds. I'm not feeling that. Please put the trash in the trash can, not on the street. I done picked up, somebody shitted. I don't know if that was human shit or dog shit, but somebody shitted on my school steps. I don't know why you would shit on my steps or let your dog shit on my steps. So please, 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 no more shitting on my steps, all right? Woo, we got the doggy out here. This dog keep on pissing on my damn yard. Who dog is this? Whose dog is this? See, you look like he gonna try to start shitting again. Yo, you. Hey, stop shitting in the yard, family, okay? I done found condoms, alcohol bottles all over the place. This is not the drink spot. We gotta do something about this dog. Well, he done already shit it, so I think he done for the night. He might be fasting too. Shit, I don't know.
Speaking of farming, I need some black farmers to get at me. You must know your trade, because I'm looking at farmland in Delaware. We need an acre or two for our school farm. We need an acre or two for our school farm. We're going to have crops and animals, cows, horses, chickens, turkeys. We might even do some pigs, black pigs, black pigs. We're going to have black pigs. We're going to have a farm, crops and animals. I will be going through the resumes. I will be going through the resumes to see if we got any black farmers. But if you are a black farmer, just text me. Dr. Umar, I'm a farmer and I'm in D.C. I'm in Virginia. I'm in Michigan. I'm in Pennsylvania. I can come help you anytime, brother. I'm a retired farmer. I love to help you set up your farm. Aquaponics. Oh, we about to take it over. Crops and animals. Cows, horses, chickens, turkeys. We might even do some pigs, black pigs, black pigs, black pigs. The black mice come in and we go squealing around the floor. Squeal, 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 squeal. Cows, horses, chickens. Buck, buck, the loosey goosey. You buck, 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 the loosey goosey. You buck, 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 I'm gonna go to the pet store and I'm gonna get about 50 baby mice. And the minute one of you Negroes starts squealing about election day, I'm gonna throw a mice on your ass.
Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. So we got back-to-back Memphis. Back-to-back Memphis.
Black pigs.
All right, Cook Crush Chat, thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Hope y'all been doing all right. Been away for a little bit, but we are back and in full effect. Cook Crush Chat is undefeated. Got to find a bit to get into tonight. Welcome. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. common thought is personality. Be twerking, it's twerking.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the saga continues. This is from the block party right here. Incredible. And, you know, I have to be honest. I haven't been keeping track with Umar. I have downloaded a couple of videos. If I'm missing any videos over the next couple of live streams, y'all let me know. We still have older videos that we got to complete. I've been away. It's been almost 2 weeks, something like that. Just had a lot going on, whole lot going on. I want to thank everyone inside the Cook Rush chat. Thank y'all for being patient. Thanks to all the mods for handling business when you're here. I appreciate y'all. Thanks to our members. Thanks everyone. Cook Rush chat is undefeated. We're gonna get right back into the swing of things. We got quite a bit to get into. All right. I have a poll question, and at this point, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it may matter to people who still believe that Umar is going to open up this school, this fanciful school that he calls FDMG, which he conceptualized in 2004. In 2005, he said it was in 2005 that he began the process of building this great institution, as it were. In 2010, he announced that the school would open September 11, 2013. We're in 2025. He said that in 2010, the school was going to open September 11, 2013. And in 2014, he starts raising money for the St. Paul's school scam. He finally acquires, he never gave the purchase price. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, $400,000, which is online records you can find. In February of 2019, here we are over 6 years later, and there's still no functional school. Is it 6 years? Yeah, 6 years is crazy. And he's changed the date so many times. The title of this video is, will Umar Johnson open this live stream? Will Umar Johnson open FDMG in September 2025? FDMG being the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Will he open it September of 2025? Because he did say it was going to open in January of 2025. He also said it was going to open in February of 2025. And then he said September of 2025. And I don't know whether, I'm not quite sure. It may be a moot point at this stage of this long con that's been going on now. Again, he conceptualizes in 2004. We're talking 20 years now. To ask a poll question, will Umar Johnson keep his promise and open FDMG in September of 2025? Okay, so far we have 256 votes. 90% say no, 10% said yes. The 10%, I don't quite get it at this point. I'm not here to demean or shame anyone, especially Umar Johnson followers. But if someone lies to you over and over again, at a certain point, you have to see them for who they are, and you just accept the reality that they're a liar. And in Umar's case, he's a pathological liar. He said that the school is going to open in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2024, and then in 2025. It will be maybe another 2 months, and then Umar, he'll change the date. He'll say it's going to open in 2026. It's been going on for such a long time. And I can back all this up. In the documentary, we actually have a segment in the documentary that explores all of the date changes that Umar Johnson has had. And it's over 20. At this point, it's over 25. I think I have 22 inside of the documentary, but it's over 25 different date changes. Because sometimes he'll say, let's say in 2015, he'll say it's going to be this year, 2015, September. September, let's say, as an example, September of 2015, August 21st of 2015, Kwanzaa week of 2015. He'll change it over and over again. So it's just not within 1 year, he changes it only one time. He'll change it twice, 3, in some cases 4 times. So now we're talking since 2014, we're talking 11 years, and you just multiply that. I guess we can say on average by 2, okay, 22. We're probably going to average about 3 different date changes. Sometimes he does 4 per year. So what does that say about this school scam? He's still collecting money for it. Well, it's a scam. I'm going to say something else. I found the video. I think I'm going to do this for members. Maybe after this live stream for members, we'll do a members only where I'll pull up the video. It'll be like an after party, if you will, and we'll get together for 15 minutes. I'll pull up the video. I found the video where Umar, he's up at these abandoned buildings, and it's in the evening time, and they're about to go out to go get something to eat. I think this was the video where people come up for the anti-protest, something like that, where there was supposed to be a protest against FDMG back in the day that didn't even exist, but Umar used it as an opportunity to act like he's the victim. He's such a manipulator, and he has all these people come up, and these people come up to this early in the morning because they're there to protest against the protest, and that protest is supposed to be against FDMG. that didn't exist. They called it the anti-protest. Y'all remember this? Hit the one. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. I can pull it up and play it for you right now. But I believe it's that video where in later on, because it's just a kicking spot. It's a bunch of old black people. Let's be real about it. And they're just kicking it. And they was blazing it up inside of the abandoned buildings. Because afterwards, when he comes out, Umar doesn't realize that his phone is still live streaming. And he has a conversation with Brother Manny, rest in peace. And that conversation speaks to the truth that ultimately these abandoned buildings are nothing more than Umar's kicking spot where he gets high. See, a lot of you Umar Johnson followers, you don't want to deal with that reality. And it's a shame because you're basically financing his lifestyle. You're paying his child support. You're paying his student loans. You're paying his tax liens. You're paying for his rental cars. You're paying for him to eat. Okay, he's been homeless since 2019. Yeah, and you're also paying for his substance abuse issue. Let me do this real quick. Well, I think we'll do this for members only. We'll get together. It'll be as a live stream because I've been compiling this for the documentary. Let me give an example of Umar when he's high, because there's three stages of Umar. There's Umar when he's regular, okay, very subdued, very much depressed, quiet, somber. Then there's Umar when he's high. That's when he has to flip into this mode, and that's where he starts getting animated. He starts saying stuff. He gets excited. He starts behaving in strange ways. I got plenty of examples of that. But then there's also Umar when he has withdrawal symptoms. That's when he's sniffing a lot and he's scratching and shit, and he looks all disheveled. Well, see, at this point, you Umar Johnson followers, you have to come to the realization that what you've been funding is Umar's self-destruction. He has a gambling problem. You're paying for that too. I can pull up the gambling videos too. Okay? Let me show y'all something. Watch this. Let me know if y'all can hear this out of the chat room.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power. Peace and black power. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, Intercontinental, Ifa Tunde, live and direct.
This is September 2nd, 2021. This was a very rough year for Umar. 2020, 2021, very rough.
FDMG, working, cleaning, building.
Notice he's not working. He's up there. I'm going to tell y'all why he's up there. And there's a video, more recent video. He goes up there to live stream to get money out of people. And he'll say, get on your CashApp. He doesn't say that now because his CashApp got shut down because of fraud. But he'll say, get on your PayPal. He doesn't usually say P.O. Box. He names says PayPal because that's quicker money. But the way that Umar has been operating for years now, these abandoned buildings, he goes up there and he live streams to try to get money out of people. And he also uses these abandoned buildings as the drop-off spot. Hear me on this shit, you Umar Johnson followers, as a drop-off spot for the plug. Hit the one. That's all this shit is turned in. That's what this has devolved into. It's not about educating black boys. When's the last time y'all seen Umar educating black boys? It's not about saving the boys from the school to prison pipeline. He's not doing that either. He's not a school psychologist. He hasn't worked since 2010, 2011-ish. He's not certified as a school psychologist or as a, what did he call the other one? It was a certified nationally certified school psychologist. He doesn't have that certification. He doesn't have a regular certification as a school psychologist. He holds no certifications, and he hasn't for many years now. He hasn't worked in the field since 2010, 2011. So ultimately, his life has devolved to where all this is at the end of the day. And this is straight. And I've studied Umar. I'm working on a second documentary on this guy. I've studied him from his childhood. I've even studied his father, other family members too. I'm going to have all that inside the documentary, but his father is within the realm, the scope, if you will, because he's been an active participant in all of this foolishness with Umar and the school scam and going at his son online and all this stuff. So he's fair game. But what this has all devolved down into at this point in 2025 is that Umar uses this idea of opening up the school to get money to pay the plug. And that's it. It's that simple. That's what this has devolved into. He's had a problem for a long time. But at this point, That's all this is. He don't care about your black boys. He doesn't care about you black women and marrying any, because he would have done it. He's 50. See? This guy doesn't even have his own vehicle. He doesn't have his own home. He's been homeless since 2019. Why do y'all think that Umar's homeless? Why didn't he have his own vehicle? Why is he always begging for money online? See, that's what this is. So let me give an example. Umar, when he smoked out. Watch this.
Building, repairing, trying to get the school ready. We got 11 days. Today is September 1st. We got 10 days. 10 days until the block party, family. 10 days until the block party. Facebook ain't letting me go live tonight. Facebook ain't letting me go live tonight. Let me see.
See this? See the sniffing? He has no real good reason to be up there. He's not working. Okay, it's the drop-off spot. And it's been this way for many years now. Look at him.
Facebook ain't letting me go. I'm at the school. I'm at your school, FDMG. I'm going to see all y'all in 10 days. I'm going to see all y'all in 10 days. I'm going to see all y'all in 10 days. King Kong consciousness, we here. We here, baby.
Look at him.
We doing that work.
Notice ain't no work being done. It's just him up there late at night, crickets and everything.
We doing that work. 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't wear.
Damn. It ain't late at night. It's early in the morning. What did he say, Cookie Crush Chat? What did he just say? Listen, that's all I'm saying. That's the dope fiend hours. He said he working, ain't no work. He's just standing outside. He waiting on the plug. He got the withdrawal already popping off with the post-nasal drip. But he also, he a little high too. That's why he don't make no sense. But why is he saying 1 a.m.? What are you going to do at 1 a.m. at these trap bandos like this? Yeah, he looks bad. yeah, it's thriller. I mean, these are thriller hours. Come on. All right. Yeah. He getting that work dropped off. One time the plug walked through and he said, "You got that work done?" And I said, oh, he must be working. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but then Umar ended that live stream right after that, real quick. That's what he's been doing. That's what I'm saying. He said 1 a.m. I don't know what y'all thinking, you Umar Johnson followers.
1 o'clock in the morning, I don't wear a watch. I can't be clocking the time. This my block, Ifatunde Avenue. This Dr. Papa Boulevard, this is my spot.
Well, yeah.
I'm going to see all y'all here in 10 days. The countdown begins.
See the rental? He always have, well, sometimes he gets the same rental, but you guys can look to that. You Umar Johnson followers, you think people be lying on him. He doesn't have, he's been homeless since 2019. He got evicted from his last official residence in 2019. I have the paperwork for that. Since that time, he's been living in and out of hotel rooms and inside of his mama's closet, literally. But this vehicle right here, you'll notice when he has his rental cars, it'll be different cars all the time. It's not that Umar has all these cars. He doesn't own a vehicle. He's only owned one vehicle in his whole life. I have the paperwork on it. He's living off of you, Umar. You, Umar Johnson followers, you're paying this 50-year-old male who's nothing more than a lost little boy who has a substance abuse issue. You're paying for his lifestyle. Straight up.
Yes, baby. It's September 1st. We got 10 days. What you gonna do? FDMGfestival.com. I've been working all day, cleaning. 1 o'clock, I'm still working. I'm still working. Got the water. Got the water. Got the water. Blah. I'm working. I'm working, brothers and sisters. Getting ready for your festival, your block party, your coming out show. Getting the food ready, the vendors ready.
What you mean getting the food? Why are you getting the food ready at 1 a.m., Umar? Cut it out. But you see this guy? Let me show y'all one other thing real quick. Yeah, it was the anti-protest, the anti-protest protest. That's what it was. Because here's the video right here. Some of y'all remember this.
You ain't shouted at the people yet. What you got to say to them?
Black power.
So this is in the evening time. They were there early in the morning. This was December 2nd, I believe, of 2020. There was no protest. They're out here from early in the morning time. He had these women out here. They were literally asleep.
Black power. We here. Anybody trying to talk against black youth, we here.
Right.
That's it.
One love, one. Oh man, look at that joint. Where you get that flag at? Damn, y'all see that flag? Damn. Them the type of joints I need hanging from the school right there.
Right. Well, that's nice.
Black power. Oh, that's Deanna. Julie went around that corner. I need y'all sisters to stop stepping off solo.
All right, now this is towards the evening time. There were more people there in the morning time, but I'm like, we'll do this for members. But at the end of this video, look at this goofy. At the end of this video, Umar, he doesn't realize that he's live streaming. He's still live streaming, and he dry snitches on himself because he's talking about what they were quote unquote burning inside the school. Okay, but watch what happens at the end. I'll play this for members after this. We'll do a quick live stream for you members. See, he doesn't realize he's still live streaming, and he gets in the car. Watch what happens. Hear what he said? He said, shit, I forgot. Let me play it again. Because he forgot he was live streaming. He told all the business. See, what they would do, they go up there and they just smoke. They get high up there. See that? Oops. I'll play what happens before that. The reason why he's reacting that way. He didn't realize he was still live streaming, but he exposed himself. I said this a long time ago, it's the kicker spot, but that's what it's turned into, and it has been for many years now, but it's turned into a spot for Umar to get high and for his homies or homettes to come through to get high too. So Umar Johnson, you have to think about this. Umar's raised bare minimum $2 million at this point. My best estimate is 2.6, 2.7. I can prove $2 million based upon his own words, but it's closer to 2.6, 2.7 million dollars. What you have to come to the realization that what you're doing is you're contributing to the pipe dream of a dope fiend, and you're sending money for this dope fiend's lifestyle. And it's really that simple. That's what this comes down to at the end of the day. But Umar's so desperate these days because his CashApp got shut down. CashApp, when that got shut down, that was his main platform to get money out of people. That gets shut down. And I told people what's going to happen is that he's going to get more and more desperate because the money's not coming in. Not to open up a school, but so that he can get to the plug to get what he needs. And I have to make sure people are aware of that. I know Umar Johnson, some of you guys are in denial of that. That's your business. I have all the receipts on this. I can give you guys other examples of Umar and this type of behavior, including a video where he says that he gets high. He says he gets high at his shrine. There's another video where Umar, he's engaged in dope fiend type behavior. Okay, I actually played that last week. There's another video where he's inside of a hotel room. That's inside the first documentary where Umar, he tells the lady, let me go turn this heat down. He's in a hotel room. He's live streaming. And he goes off camera for a couple of seconds. You hear him. He takes a big sniff and then he comes back. Well, he's just getting high. That's all that was. That's all that was. I don't remember what year that was either, because I don't think that original video is online anymore. I just didn't archive it by the year. I would have to go back into my old archives to find that. But if anyone remembers what year that was, I thought that was in 2019, but I could be incorrect about that. I don't think that video is online anymore, but I did download the whole thing. Anyway, I want people to understand that Umar, there's 3 stages to Umar. There's Umar when he's regular. There's Umar when he's having withdrawal. And then there's Umar when he's high. And at any point he'll be in these stages. And now that the money has dwindled down because he doesn't have the Cash App, you'll see Umar more and more. And I already told people this. You'll see Umar more and more in this state of withdrawal because he doesn't have the money that he used to have coming in. So he's not able to get to the plug to get what he needs. That's all this FDMG has come down to. And that's just fundamentally what this has devolved into at this point. Okay. All right. Let's get into the video for today. Okay. Thank you all so much, Cook, for being here. I appreciate you all. Let me get to these. There was a new member, Smitty Boy. Thank you so much, Smitty Boy. We'll do a quick live stream for members only after this, maybe 15 minutes. We'll just get together. I want to play that video where Umar, he actually has a conversation with, it was Brother Manny, rest in peace, who passed away. And they're talking about the drug paraphernalia that was inside of these abandoned buildings. People got to be very clear about this. That's what it's all devolved into at this point. And it was even back then, okay? Thanks, Smitty Boy, for being a member. Smitty Boy says, I can't believe Umar followers are so gullible thinking he's really going to open this school. Yeah, I think that there are some who still believe, but I think that they're overwhelmingly, I think the vast majority of the people who used to believe don't believe that this is going to open. You can only do this for so long. See, the way that Umar operates, and that's why he has to get on platforms like the Breakfast Club, the Joe Budden podcast. He has to get on the Art of Dialogue, where he gets this major exposure. He reaches new audiences, as it were. Breakfast Club they've had a really big impact on Umar reaching a whole new audience. Not necessarily a whole new audience, but a wider audience. So what happens is there's always, it's like a revolving door. And this is with a lot of these scam artist types. Polite was like this too. Jay Morrison is like that too. As a matter of fact, Jay Morrison took all of his stuff down. And there's I can't remember the brother's name right now, but he alleges that Jay Morrison is being investigated again. And I would assume for fraud dealing with the TREF fund. And so if you're going to try to go and look up Jay Morrison, you won't find much stuff online. He had a huge social media presence, and that's really how he was able to get into people's pockets was through that. And again, like I was saying, he was on the Breakfast Club too. Like I was saying, he was on DJ Vlad, right? Umar was on DJ Vlad, getting more exposure. What happens is that there are people who have been on board with Umar. We're just using Umar as an example right here. Umar, they get on board with Umar. They believe in the schools, that the school's going to open. And they'll hang on for a couple of years. They may even send him money over time. But then at a certain point, because Umar keeps changing the date and there's no real progress taking place, at a certain point, they'll say, listen, I'm done with this. Now, some of them will still follow Umar because of the other stuff he talks about, Snow Bunny crisis and all this other stuff. But then there are people that just, listen, he's a scammer. I'm not going to deal with him at all. Okay. But what happens is, Smitty, is that Umar, because he's able to get on these other platforms, it exposes a whole new group of people to Umar. In other words, it's like new marks that he can kind of target. They don't know Umar's history. See, they don't know when this all started. They don't know that he conceptualized this in 2004. They don't know that he, quote unquote, began building it in 2005. They don't know that he was trying to scam the UNIA on a building fund back in 2005. Okay, they don't know about the St. Paul's. They don't know that he said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. See, look. There you go. See this? A lot of Umar Johnson followers, they're unaware of the history. This was January 6, 2010. Umar said promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This would be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening, September 11, 2013. They don't know about this, that the school's open it's supposed to open in 2013. They don't know about the St. Paul school scam that started in 2014. They don't know about this right here, right? They don't know about all the other side scams that he was running, school scams he was running in Chicago and Florida and New York. The list goes on and on and on. They don't know about all of that. So because they're coming in later on in the game, they don't know the timeline, they don't know the history. They kind of believe that Umar's going to open up a school, but then at a certain point they realize that it's nothing more than a scam. He keeps changing the dates over and over again, and they fall off. But then Umar, he's introduced to a new audience, and it just keeps going over and over. So it becomes like a hamster wheel, if you will, right? And it just keeps going and going and going. So there are people, who still believe that's been on board for a long time. These are like the Umar cult followers. They'll believe no matter what. But then there are people who used to believe, they don't believe anymore. Then there are new people who are coming on board and they're believing because they don't know the whole history. Okay? All right. I know the history. Many people inside the Cook Course chat know the history, and I can actually pull up the receipts to show that this is nothing more than a long con. That's what you call it. So he's a con man at the end of the day. Okay. And yeah, there's still people who believe. It's incredible to me. Thanks, Minnie, for the super chat. User 225 says, welcome back, Lenora. What do you think would happen if someone recorded Umar on camera handing off with the plug at FDMG? Well, see, what Umar does is that he doesn't do a handoff, direct handoff from the plug to him. He has a special room inside of FDMG and he leaves the door open, and Umar, he'll be out there live streaming. I can pull it up and play for you guys right now. Okay, don't make me do it. We covered it, what is it, about a month ago? What he does is he leaves the door open, the plug comes through. Umar's outside live streaming. People wonder why is he live streaming? He's not doing anything. Well, he's just waiting on the plug to drop it off. The plug goes into the building, drops it off, and then exits the building. And then when you see, normally we don't see him exiting and or entering. Sometimes we do, okay, but most of the time we don't see him entering and exiting. But there have been times where you see him entering. More recently, you see a time where he's exiting. I'm talking about the plug, and Umar's outside live streaming, and in the background you see the plug come out the door. And what does Umar do? He ends the live stream shortly thereafter because he's trying to go back and get that stuff. Then he goes to go get the stuff, and he realizes that the plug accidentally locked the door where he dropped the stuff off at. And that's when Umar comes back online. He's talking about how he's waiting for a locksmith, and you guys should see how he was fiending like a dope fiend from Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Or maybe pull it up. See? So Umar, he doesn't do a direct drop off. It's not like they put it into his hand. Okay, that's what I'm saying. These FDMG trap banners, they're nothing more than a drop off spot for the plug at this point. That's sad. That's some sad shit. Umar's used this idea and this notion idea that he wants to save black boys and that he wants to open up a school for black boys. And he's taking millions of dollars of black people's money under the illusion, or the guys, really, what it is, the guys, that he's going to open up this school for black boys and save black boys from the school to prison pipeline. But the buildings that he purchased that are in a dilapidated state and have been in since 2009. No, it's not even since 2019. It's actually since 2014 or 15. When the Moyer, I think it was 2014, when the Moyer Academy finally shut down. They've been in a dilapidated state for over a decade now. Okay? But all the shenanigans that Umar has engaged in, these buildings have been reduced to the drop-off spot, the plug drop-off spot. And it's really that simple. That's it. Okay? Anybody ever wonder why Umar's up there? He's saying we working, he's not working, and he's saying it's only him up there? Well, he does that because he wants to give the illusion of progress. He wants people to send him money because he knows that he wants to get the plug to come up there and to drop off. He got to have the money to do that. Okay? It's a damn shame. Yeah, but if that actually happened, there'll be Umar Johnson followers that would say, hey, listen, no, that's not what we see. It's none of that. That's not what's happening and all that kind of stuff, because they're in total denial. But that's what happens a lot of times when you're dealing with people who are dealing with substance abuse. And in this case, if you have someone who is their quote unquote leader, and it's not uncommon for these quote unquote leaders, black conscious leaders, to be on some stuff. That's not uncommon at all. Okay? But they want to believe that somehow, they're beyond reproach. They're not going to engage in that type of activity. Look at all the other type of shit Umar's into. He sexually exploits black women. He has a gambling problem. He don't take care of his kids. He's a deadbeat. Okay, he's acting crazy, talking reckless, looking like, behaving like, and is a dope fiend. Real talk. Okay, but people to see that who are Umar Johnson co-files, they're going to be in complete denial. Okay, all right. Thanks, user 225. Tata says, well, was PayPal around? yeah. You talk about the puppy. We named how's it going, Tata? We named the puppy PayPal the puppy. Okay, that video's from a long time ago, though. A more recent video, Umar was going off on this little puppy, and it was sad. He just yawned at and stuff, traumatizing the poor thing. But yeah, that was PayPal the puppy that shitted on the steps. Okay, thanks, Tata. Hope you're doing all right. The Arrogant People podcast says Umar is tight. He thought you were done. Umar is tight. He thought you were done. Yeah, well, he thought wrong. You know what I mean? He thought wrong. I haven't followed Umar like I used to, and I don't. I used to look for Umar Johnson, but I don't do that. Usually, people send me them, and then I'll download them, and if we get to them, we get to them. But at a certain point, you realize what the pattern is, and I've always had like this ability to do pattern recognition. You see what the pattern is, and I already know in advance. I'll tell you right now, Arrogant People, within the next 3 months, Umar's going to change the grand opening date. And during these 3 months, he's going to be asking for money more and more, and he's going to be looking more and more disheveled. And what I mean by that is he's going to look like someone who is having serious withdrawal symptoms. And he already does. But I'm saying it's going to get worse and worse. I already called that though before. See? But that's because the pattern is so clear, and we see it over and over again. Another example is now that it's warming up, you see Umar, he'll be going up there more often, but it's really to beg for money so he can get to the plug. But prior to that, when it start getting cold, that's when Umar, he starts to beg more for venues and speaking engagements because he wants to go to warmer climates because he's homeless. Where's he going to stay? He can stay inside his mama closet sometimes, but that's Section 8 housing. I have the paperwork for that. He's not supposed to be there. He claims to be the primary caretaker for his mama, but how are you the primary caretaker if you travel all over the world? And you're putting in, what did he say, 60 hours a week working on FDMG? That's what he's telling the IRS. He's a fraudster. He's a liar. See? So what is he going to do? Well, what happens during wintertime is he starts begging. You'll see him, I need a venue. I need to speak here. If someone can find me a venue. But that's because when they give him, I've said this many times before, when they bring him out to speak, they'll give him a little money, a little per diem, and they'll set him up inside of a hotel and motel and give him some food. He's like a little child. Ain't got shit going. He don't know how to take care of himself. See? But really what they're doing is they're providing lodging to a dope fiend, real talk. See, they're providing room and board for a dope fiend, real talk. And he gets up inside these hotel rooms, motel rooms, and he's just laying around live streaming, laying in the bed, lazy ass, ain't doing this. And sometimes, and I can pull up the video, he'll go and do a bump while he live streaming. Hit the one. Now that's some sad shit. Whenever you black people, if that's what this black leadership, black conscious leadership is, that's some sad shit. But it's perfectly predictable. I can call it every single time. And so it gets too cold. He wants to go down south. He wants to go over to Africa. He wants to do that. But then when it starts warming up, he's back up here at these abandoned buildings, begging for money because he needs the money for the plug. It's that simple. Everything I'm saying here, I can back it up with receipts, actual and factual. I've covered Umar. I'm the preeminent researcher into Umar. I can back it all up. Right? Thanks, arrogant pupil, for the super chat. Binky says, hello, Lenon and gang. I've been in the bushes. Great con. Thank you so much. How you doing, Binky? Thank you for being here. It's been a while. Hope you're doing all right. And then Bob says, dude is homeless. Why his followers still there? Well, a lot of his followers, they don't know. They haven't put the pieces together, but they can just look for the online paperwork. There's paperwork that shows when he was evicted. It's in 2019. It's the same year that Umar acquired his abandoned buildings. Remember, Umar was saying how he wanted to move to Wilmington, Delaware because he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Come to find out, he had got evicted from his apartment in Philadelphia. That was in 2019. And what the records show, and I'm talking about the receipts, and I can pull it up. Not only can he got evicted in 2010 too from the same residence. He was able to resolve that and stay there. But then by 2019, he gets evicted because he's not paying rent. Why is he not paying rent? He's collecting. At that point, he had over $1 million. He had over $1 million in 2000 at the end of 2016. So why in 2019? Not too long after he acquires his abandoned buildings, he don't even have money to pay rent. Well, because that's all the money he had left over. He had been tricking off all that money for years, since going all the way back to 2014. Umar spent about 5 years tricking off money on just stupid shit, traveling around, turning the heat down, getting high, gambling, all this kind of crazy, dealing with strippers and shit, eating good, putting on all that weight. Yeah, it is, Bob. It's amazing, you know. So by the time we get into 2019, he acquires the abandoned building in February. That's why Umar didn't start renovations right away. He should have had more than enough money to get started, right? He couldn't start right away. He had to come up with this whole new scheme. It's like a whole new excuse. He's such a scam artist. Well, we can't find we can't find the blueprints. Y'all hit the one. Y'all remember this? The Umar Johnson's father, they don't know that history. You know, we got to find the blueprints. And there's a whole long time it takes him to get these blueprints. But really, the truth is that he didn't have any money left over because he had spent all the money on his lifestyle before even acquiring these abandoned buildings. So he can't start renovations right away. He can't even pay rent. He gets evicted. And so then at that point, he's living in and out of hotel, motel rooms, until such time that he can start living inside his mama closet, literally. He's been homeless since 2019. That's enough for anyone. See, the idea that someone who's homeless, who's a pookie, not that it matters as much, but I think it is significant that he doesn't take care of his own kids. He has 3 baby mamas. Okay. He claims 2. He has at least 3 kids, but he only claims 2. Not that it matters as much, but if you're all this pro-black this and that, we want to save black boys, but you ain't even take care of your own kids, I think that's irrelevant. But just because you're a deadbeat doesn't mean that you can't open up a school for black boys. That's the point. I'm always fair. See, I think it's contradictory, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done. But if you can't even manage your own personal life, you can't even keep a roof over your own head, you can't even keep your own vehicle. Umar hasn't even had his own vehicle. He rents cars, and you, Umar Johnson, you're the one who pays that. See, and you can't even keep any type of organization. You can't even keep a job for any extended period of time. I'm talking about Umar. How then is it possible with all the other issues, substance abuse issues, gambling addiction, sexual exploitation of women, which really is sex addiction, where he's sexually exploiting these black women, dealing with strippers, et cetera, et cetera. Why would we think that somehow he's going to put together a whole school, make it functional, operational, and it's just him by himself? But his followers are still there. Okay? It's beyond me. See, logic and reason, the way I look at it is that if you're a logical thinker and you think critically, you can ask simple questions like that. How is it that someone who does not even have his own home and can't even support himself financially, how is he going to open up a school where in the budget, even though he hasn't created the budget yet, the budget is going to be in the millions of dollars of operating expenses per year? Another critical question, Bob. Why is Umar still talking about renovations, that there's still stuff that needs to be done? Well, in 2023, and I come forth the receipt, he already stated that renovations were complete. Wait a minute, what's going on here? See? But his followers are still there. I don't get that. I don't. Okay. Thanks, Bob. Let's look at it. Hey, how's it going, Holly B? Hope you're doing all right. Thank you so much. And thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, we'll get together members after this just for about 15 minutes. I'll pull up that video and I'll play it for you guys with Umar. He basically dry snitches. He doesn't realize that he's still live streaming. And he's talking to Brother Manny, rest in peace. And they talking about the drug paraphernalia. Okay. Yeah. Someone said the ceiling tile still missing. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Listen. I've had so much going on. This has been. This is back to back to back. I won't be telling all my business. We're good, but I just, these days I try to cybersecurity purposes. I don't be telling all my business like I used to. But I had to get things taken care of. Plus the kids, they doing the school at the end of the school year. They got concerts and all that stuff. But I'm back. So I don't know. I ain't seen no new videos or nothing like that. I downloaded some stuff. We're going to see. Okay. This is common sense. It is, Ricky. It is some sad shit. It really is. This guy, he, not to be like this, but this guy says he has 6 fucking degrees. How in the fuck do you have 6 fucking degrees and you homeless living in your mama closet? Listen, my thing is this. You sound, but see now, but on the other hand, listen, we're dealing with a pookie. Okay, and he's been a long-term pookie. He ain't been a pookie for a month. He ain't been a pookie for 6 months. Okay, he ain't been a pookie for a year or 2. No. This guy been a pookie. It's been at least a decade, but I'm going to say 2 decades, at least, based on what I've seen in my research. Then it makes sense. That's why some sad shit. Okay? He has 5. He says 6. He always exaggerating shit, but that's Umar. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Thank y'all again, Cook Chat, for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all. We got about 800 people in the building. Y'all hit the like button if you're enjoying the show already. We're going to get into this video right here. This one is from 4 days ago. Listen, I haven't been keeping track. I ain't watching none of this. We're just going to see what happens. Okay. But he up here at these abandoned buildings. We're going to see what he's talking about. Listen, I don't know. Damn shade. 6 degrees of homelessness, 6 degrees of look for foolishness. Look at the baby. Oh, look at the baby. Big, how's it going, Big Sis Candace? That's crazy. Yeah, I know. It's my. It happens though. It happens. Maybe not 6 degrees or 5. I mean 3 degrees, 4. Because there's people they get caught on stuff. You know, the opiate stuff. They get on that stuff. They get prescription drugs and it turns to something else. And because they got these videos. Real simple, making me cry. I'd really be crying. And people be talking about fentanyl poisoning and stuff. And it's sad. It's so sad. I even had to talk to my kids because I was watching some of those videos, and because I feel emotions real strongly, especially like sadness, that kind of. That's why it gets me every time. I don't like it. People could be all happy, and I'm like, okay, yeah, well, calm down. But if, I'm not moved like that. If people are all yeah, I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But if I see people, especially their parents get on, they be telling these stories of their kids and how the kids, they weren't into anything, but then they thought they were taking one thing, but then it was laced with fentanyl. Then the parents start crying. I just lose it. I just can't. I had to have a conversation with my kids. They was getting mad at me too. Like, well, why are you talking to me about that? I'm not doing it. I said, I know. I'm just talking. I want to talk with you. Okay. When my son's got an attitude, he's like, Dad, what are you talking to me about this for? I said, well, I'm just saying, I've been watching these videos, son. I just want you to be careful. But Dad, I'm not. I said, all right. Anyway, some of these stories that they tell, these are people, some of these people are doctors and lawyers and shit, and they get kind of, so it happens. Okay, 6 degrees though, he only has 5, but 6 degrees, that's crazy. Man. 6 degrees. Oh my. 6 degrees of cookies, 6 degrees of musty. He turned the heat down 6 degrees. He sure did. 6 degrees of delusion. Now that's real talk, girl. He is so delusional. It's incredible how delusional this guy is. All right. My kids. This is my sons. They're the ones that like, Dad, why are you talking to me about this? I said, because I was all somber. I was like, son, I just want to check in on you. 6 degrees. All right. Yeah, okay. 6 degrees of business before Umar's next book is 48 Laws of Homelessness. Boy, y'all wow. Let me get out this chat room. Oh man. And when his PayPal gets shut down, what do you think he would do next? I don't know. He probably get on OnlyFans. What that? He get on OnlyFans with what's her name? Zuniga. He be on there with Zuniga. His chat is like, yeah, what was her name? Molly or some shit like that. Molly Zuniga. He's a Molly. Let me stop. I can't remember her name right now. Anyway, who's gonna be on that? He's gonna be on that OnlyFans shaking that thing. He gonna be arching his back. All right, that's enough. Boy, that's wild. He gonna be on OnlyFans. All right. It's gonna be called Tunde Fans. Only Tunde. He gonna be backing that thing. He gonna be backing that thing up. OnlyFans. Umar did have a little something.tv. He was running a scam on that. People had to pay the monthly subscription. He don't even do that no more. He's such a scammer. All right. Was it Maria? Is it Maria Zuniga? Let me go look at this up. Don't tell me her name is Maria. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it coming up as that. I don't know what it is. Anyway, that's not what you talk about the other Maria. All right, let's get into the video, y'all. Let's get going here. Thanks for the super chat, Bob. All right. Okay, let's get what's up, Seth. Hope you're doing all right. Okay, let me pull up the video. Here we go. This is from the 10th. So today's the 14th. talking about?
Teachers Lounge. Got to get the Teachers Lounge popping. Got to get the Teachers Lounge popping. This is the men's room.
Gabrielle. Yeah, Gabrielle Zuniga. Yeah, that's her name. Gabriella. Yeah, you know, Shannon Sharp, he's just goofy. Hey, Gabrielle. Where you want Unc to take you to? Where you want me to take you? Where you want to go? Shannon? Yeah, baby. Where you want to go? I want you to take me to the zoo, nigga. Okay, baby. We're gonna go to the zoo. We're gonna go to the zoo. Where else you want to go? Where you want to go eat, baby? Where you want to go? I'm gonna take you out to eat. Where you want to go? Shannon? Yeah, baby. Where you want to go? I want you to take me to the zoo, nigga. All right, here we go.
This is the men's room. Let's get it done. Can't give in. This is the ladies' room.
Oh my God, he doing the same thing. Look how he looking like a big old Pookie bear, don't he? He's just like a bear grizzly. Look at him. This guy look like a you know that, what's that, the cocaine bear? Look at him.
This is the ladies' room.
The new Donald Trump executive order to unleash the beasts on the black community.
What's he talking about?
The U.S. military will be giving the police more weapons, more surveillance equipment. We going back to the 1960s, brothers and sisters. Are y'all listening? Donald Trump has made it illegal to talk about slavery and racism in the classroom. Are y'all listening? Donald Trump is unleashing the police in 60 days on black America. Brothers and sisters, get organized.
Peace and Pan Africanism.
Damn, it's the same thing. Look at this.
Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan
Tile still missing. Floor all jacked up.
Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde.
No floors.
Ogunta Academy, brothers and sisters. We trying to finish it up.
I can't believe this guy is still saying this. But see, he needs the money. He needs that money. He needs the funds. He needs that cheddar. He needs the squilla. But it's not to get the school done, because the school's not getting done. He needs it for the plug. That's all this comes down to.
We dancing around the finish line. We're going to cover
Here you go.
these floors up.
You looking like a homeless JC crew. I don't know what he got on. He got some sort of I think that's the Ghanaian flag headband popping. Then he got on a blue dress shirt. And then he got on a sweater. So I don't know. He all over the place. Thanks, Bob. What did he say to JC crew or J crew? Whatever it is. I don't know. Thanks, Bob. Here we go.
Get these doors rekeyed.
What? He just coming up with, yeah, we want to get the door rekeyed.
The classrooms, that is. Everything.
There's nothing wrong with the thrift store, because one of my daughters, she like going to the thrift store because she like really into fashion. So she likes, so some of my stuff is gonna come up missing. Remember I told y'all my wife got me some shirts. We went to Costco. She said, let's go, there's some stuff on, so let's go get you the I don't know what it was, pants or something. And we go over there, we end up getting all this stuff. She just, I don't know, she's a Jedi mind trick. But some of those stuff that I got, I can't even find it. Anyway, one of our daughters, she likes going to the thrift store and getting stuff. Here we go.
We rolling. We almost there, brothers and sisters. We almost there. Keep us in your prayers.
What's up?
Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/.
See, he need that money for the plug. Look at how he look. See, poor guy. It's sad. It's some sad shit. Look at him. He looks sad. I need that money. I need that money. Please, if you could just give me some PayPal. If you could put some PayPal on my plate. See, he's a pookie.
FDMG Academy, paypal.me.
He's swinging that arm too. That's sassy.
FDMG.
Damn, ceiling. Look at the back right there. The ceiling all falling out. Look. What's that? Is that a person falling out the top in the back? It looks like a person's leg. Y'all see that? Just like they got white socks on. Umar got a hobbit up there with the guy with some white socks on. You see it back there next to the light, the little leg sticking out. Umar, what are you doing in there? Someone says a granny archer. What's up, East Beach? Oh man, that's wild. What's up, Lewis? Like Lewis says he's been on he's going to be on Soft White Underbelly. We got Umar here. I hear you were a prince. Umar stiffing and looking around. Yeah, I was the prince of Pan Africanism. I had a school. You got $5? Yeah. I have to, Lewis Sugg, I have to stop watching that White Underbelly. But see, that's how I got into those fentanyl videos. They pop up. I mean, I'll be in tears watching. I need to stop. It's just not healthy. But I used to watch Soft White Underbelly like episode after episode. But then my mental was like, I said, no, I got to stop watching this stuff. And see, I can see like later on down the line, 10, 15 years from now, I can see Umar, being interviewed and he's just totally out there. Like, because some of the people they have on Soft White Underbelly, they got substance abuse and the mental health stuff. And see, that's the thing with Umar. He has both too. I just think that the mental health is a serious problem, but the substance abuse is even a bigger problem right now. Some people it's the opposite, and some people they'll have both at the same time, like on equal levels. A lot of the people they have on Soft White Underbelly, like they're way out there, With Umar, in my opinion, the substance abuse issue, it's the major issue at this point. But he's had long-standing mental health issues that have gone unaddressed, and they're serious too. They shouldn't be understated at all. We have videos of Umar. He's saying things. And he's hearing things too. More recently, it was outside. It was snow on the ground, and he said that there was a footprint. That he looked back and there's a footprint here. It wasn't here before, and I heard the footprint too. And he started looking around and shit. I said, "Damn." And more recently, when he was walking through, when he was the plug had locked the door where the stuff was. Umar was he was going crazy on that video because he was trying to get into that so bad. He wanted that stuff. I should play that for y'all just to give you guys another example. But in that video, he's walking by the drinking fountain, and you should see him look over like this. And I said this years ago, Louis, so you may remember this. I told people that when he's inside these abandoned buildings, he would be scared in there because the paranoia. He'd be hearing shit and seeing shit. He's had paranoia issues for a very long time, So what I'm getting at is that Soft White Underbelly, I can see him on something like that, like later on down the line. I can see that because things have deteriorated. He hasn't always been like this. Listen, he's had a substance abuse issue for over a decade. I know that, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this at this, and then he'd be repeating shit. That's up here. See, real quick, I don't mean to go off on this, but oftentimes with people who have mental health issues, they may go to the substance abuse to give themselves some relief, but it ends up exacerbating the mental health issues. And then also there are people who they get on substances and then it starts to impact their mental health, and their mental health starts to deteriorate over time. And the more that they use, the more that the mental health deteriorates. So it's like a double-edged sword. See, in Umar, he's dealing with that day by day. So yeah, I can see him. I can see him on one of these shows. In fact, if you guys go and look at when Umar was being interviewed back in the day, and then compare it to when he's being interviewed these days, you can tell he's not the same person. Like he's out there. He's off his rocker, but he had issues back then. It's just gotten worse and worse. And see, with Umar, and you know this little stuff with Umar, because of the narcissism, he thinks that he actually believes that he's the Black Christ. He's called himself the Black Christ. He's called himself even called himself the Prince of Pan Africanism. Okay, the self-aggrandizing and trying to make himself appear to be better than what he really is. That's part of the mental health issue too. And if you have someone who thinks like that, and they think that he thinks that he's God's gift to the world, he thinks that he's the most requested scholar. He thinks that he's the Black Christ. He's called himself the Black Christ, the Messiah. He's called himself the Messiah. That type of person who has that type of mentality is not going to be easily swayed to go and get mental health services or to get substance abuse issue services because they don't believe they have a problem in the first place. They actually think that they're the best thing since sliced bread, as it were. See? And that's Umar. See? But later on down the line, I can see this popping off later on. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for super chat. Norman says, hey, Len, I believe Umar has mental issues and is supposed to be on meds, but chooses to self-medicate via drugs and alcohol instead. I think he does all three. See, I have videos of Umar popping pills. You guys remember those ones? See, this is a long time ago. Umar, he's live streaming. And he's sitting there, and it's before, because what he used to do, but this is what I'm saying, Umar Johnson, the history of this is incredible. What he used to do, he would start shows, live streams, and sometimes he would just let music play, and other times, less often, but he would just not, it'd be just silence. He'd just sit there. And what he would do is he'd be waiting for people to come in. Right? Now, I don't do that. I tend to start the show. I know I'm late, but I don't, we start and I'm not trying to wait or anything like that. But he would wait to get more people in before he actually starts. And there's been times, there's two videos in particular, where Umar, he's sitting there, and one is really, really egregious because literally he starts popping pills. And there's these pills, he just reaches down and he's just sitting there. He picks up and we were counting. I can't remember how many. Y'all remember this? I can't remember how many. And I was sitting back like, there's no way that someone's going to pop those amount of pills in such a short period of time unless something else is going on. Anybody remember this at the one? Yeah, this was yeah, you remember that one? Yeah. This was a long time ago. But that's what I'm saying. I think that he has a lot of different issues. You see, it may be, and I don't know for sure, but it may have been that earlier on it was medication type of stuff. But like what happens with some people, listen, real talk, some of you in the chat, you may have in the chat room, you may have had it prescribed by the doctor. You take it at a certain point, you get addicted to it, and then there's this struggle, and what happens for some people is they get addicted, and then the doctor don't want to prescribe, so they got to go to some other place, and oftentimes they go out to the streets to get something similar to that, and that's why the fentanyl crisis is taking place. It's huge right now. Because a lot of stuff is being laced with fentanyl. People think they're getting something else. They don't know what they're getting, and it's not doctor prescribed anymore. So I think with Umar, it's a combination of all these things. See, and then on top of that, the gambling, on top of that, the sex addiction, on top of that, it just goes on and on and on. And see, because Umar thinks that he's this great black leader, and the narcissism is so great. Anyone who will put himself on par with Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, and this guy he's a homeless vagabond who lives inside his mama closet and is a pookie. Their mentals have to be way out there to even consider that as being possible, and then posting it on the Instagram or on social media. See, it's one thing for the fathers, because the fathers, they've been deceived. Umar's a great deceiver in that way, but you'll find that people who have these types of substance abuse, they're good at fooling people. We call it tricking people, but where I come from, but they're good at fooling people. Umar will get dressed up and he'll look the part if he's on the Breakfast Club. At least he tries to. You guys go look at the Breakfast Club. Look at how he looked when he first started, and then look at the last one. Okay, you can tell. But he at least puts together a attempt when he's on the Art of Dialogue to be presentable. Okay? But that's because he knows that there's going to be a large amount of people that's going to actually view that. So he wants to present himself in a particular way to manipulate people into seeing him in a particular way. But at the end of the day, he's nothing more than a pookie. And I'm not saying that to demean Umar. I'm saying that as a fact that people need to consider. See? Because ultimately the idea that he's going to open up a school, no, you're talking about someone who's not only mentally deranged, but is also a pookie. He has no interest in opening up a school. He just wants people to send him money so that he can keep doing what pookies do. In the meantime, he manipulates and fools people into believing that he's something that he's not, but that's what pookies do. Okay, real talk. Thank you, Normally Fine. Carla says he could be easily hosting an online course for young men for free while he waits for the physical school to open. But like you said so many times, his intentions are to teach no one straight cash, real talk. And that would be something that would be easy for him to do. Carla, just think of how many times we've seen Umar up at these abandoned buildings doing nothing, including the video that we're watching now. If we take all of the time, and the only reason I'm up there is because of the cash. He doesn't care about the people, okay, which would be the boys that could benefit somehow from what he has to say. Because that's what he says. He will preach that he's about that, but at the end of the day, he cares about the donors. Why? And that's what he said on Lord Jamar's show. That because it's all about the cash for Umar at the end of the day. But see, cash is what runs him, but it's not because cash is the end goal. The end goal is to get the cash so that he can ultimately get to the plug. See, dope fiends don't care about anything else. They don't care about their kids. That's Umar. They don't care about themselves. That's Umar. They don't care about how they look. That's Umar. See, they make promises to get money out of people. Well, that's Umar. I'm gonna pay you that back. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna issue a spiritual stock certificate when we open this school. Blah blah blah. Just list bullshit. Bullshit all the way down the block, right? Well, that's Umar. But if you add up all the times where he's up here doing things, let's say over the last 6 years, goodness. And if Umar took if he took a tenth of that time and just put it into an online course for young men, and there's plenty of people that would have helped him set up, the online, set it up for him for free, including Brother Marin would have done it because he offered to do Umar Johnson's website. Rest in peace to Brother Marin. Umar, he didn't want that type of help because he wants what? Straight cash. See, if Umar was serious about reaching these black boys, he would have done something to reach these black boys in the meantime, right? Listen, 6 years after acquiring his abandoned building, that's a long time. 6 years is a long time. But if we go back to when Umar started collecting money for the St. Paul's College, that's 2014. That's 11 years. That's a long time. Millions of dollars raised. You mean to tell me Umar couldn't have taken, I don't know, $10,000? It wouldn't even be that to set up a website with online courses. But let's just say $10,000 to get the infrastructure in place. He could have had his own server to host all the shit. That at the end of the day, he could have had the website done for free, and he could put together an online course. But it could have been done easily. But why not? He has the time. He's traveling all over the world. If he has so much time to talk about snow bunnies and crushing cookies of pina colada, the hot fudge, the brown salt, and the warm peanut butter, and all this other shit, don't you think he would have enough time to put together? But see, Umar has not put together anything of consequence, including these 2 books that has no source material. They're not peer reviewed. They're not scholarly. There's no scholarly sources or anything like that. What has he done that's functional outside of his running his mouth and begging for money? I'll wait. See, because at the end of the day, it's not about doing anything for black people. For Umar, it's about straight cash. And as soon as, the Umar Johnson father, when they wake up to that truth and realize what this really all is, I'm not going to say that it's rocket science, okay? But I can see how people could be easily deceived by someone like Umar, especially black people. I can see it. Now, am I deceived? No. Have I been deceived by people? Yes. But in the case of Umar, it's as clear as day. But I can also see how Umar, as a master manipulator, what I call the great deceiver of our time, how he could deceive so many people to where they don't think it's not about the cash. It's because he cares about black boys. Listen, if you don't care about your own kids, you don't care about anyone else's. Get the one. See, even that, more recently, that situation that took place where Umar, one of his daughters comes out to expose him as a deadbeat, which I've been telling people for a long time anyway. He has 3 baby mamas. He only claimed 2. He got at least 3 children. He only claimed 2. He don't want to claim that other one, that third one, because he was in his early 40s and she was in her early 20s when he impregnated her. See, Umar Johnson fathers don't know that. I already showed the receipts. Y'all can look all this up on the Pennsylvania child support website. Y'all go look it up yourself. Go look up Umar Johnson, Umar A. Johnson, which is Abdullah. You can also, if you really want to get crazy with it, you can go and look up Umar R. Johnson. You can also look up Umar, I think it's Abdullah. Abdullah. I ain't gonna put that one on Umar because I'm not quite sure on that. But the other 3. He doesn't want to claim that third one though, because she was in her early 20s when he impregnated her. The point being is that Umar is the great deceiver. He wants to present himself as if he's, an outstanding man, as if he cares about black people. He cares about black children, as if he wants to save black boys, but he don't even take care of his own kids. He shamed and demeaned and demoralized his own seed online for the world to see. It goes to show you character and what type of person he is. See, it's not about his intentions of teaching anyone. It's about giving the illusion that he's some sort of this great black leader, so that at the end of the day, he can get to that straight cash. And that's what it all comes down to. That's what it's always been like that with Umar, because he's always been greedy, going all the way back to UNIA days in 2005. I mean, he's been at this scamming shit for at least 2 decades, at least. Okay, thanks, Carla, for the super chat. Good point too, really good point. And it wouldn't it would put the infrastructure together for that. It wouldn't been significant. He could have done that. He could have done that with $5,000. Okay, if you raised at this point, he's over $2 million. He should have been able to put together something. See, but that money's going other places. See? All right, here we go. Real quick, it's amazing because it's not like I apologize, but it's not like he has responsibilities like normal grown ass people would have. Like, okay, I got a mortgage to pay, or I got a lease to pay, or I got rent to pay, or I got a car note to pay. You see what I'm saying? Everything is provided for this guy. He don't even work a job. So where's all this money going? Okay. Here we go.
FDMG Academy, we doing what we doing, brothers and sisters. We doing what we doing, brothers and sisters. It's time for...
That water just barely coming out, but listen, he did this back in 2021. This is nothing new. It's the same thing.
We doing what we doing, brothers and sisters.
That water barely coming out.
It's time for us to finish what we started.
Look at the ceiling. Boy, Cookie Crush chat, y'all need to do something.
It's time for us to finish what we started, brothers and sisters. It's time for us to finish what we started. It's time.
He says that so many times.
Time to educate these babies. It's time to educate these.
Boy, this is scary in here. Look how scary it is. His table's still up on top of
these babies. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We getting there, brothers and sisters. Grand opening coming soon.
How many times have you said grand opening was coming next month? But you wasn't even married. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about none of that. What's up, Seth? Seth know about that. Says Umar abnormal Neanderthal monsters. Oh no, don't call him that. Don't do that, Seth. That's wrong. Call him abnormal Neanderthal Munsterson. Okay, Seth. Shout out to Seth. Thank you for the super chat. I know you know what the song I'm talking about. Anybody know the song I'm talking about? Probably about 5 people up in here. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
Grand opening coming soon, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. Your school, my school, our school. Your school, my school, our school. We got to stick together. The white power structure coming for African people. Let's unite. Let's unite, brothers and sisters, against a common foe. They snow bunnying, they our people, they lie.
Yeah, there we go right there. Shout out to Michael McDonald, rest in peace, and Patti LaBelle still doing her thing. She's one of my favorite singers, if not my favorite female singers. I used to put her songs on repeat, or my wife would get mad at me. She's like, "Can you put something else on?" What's up, Staj? Yeah. That was the jam back in the day. I couldn't understand nothing what he was saying though, but it was still a good song, Yeah, Marcus. Yeah. That was some good. That was a good jam back in the day. Yeah, Patti LaBelle. She's one of my favorites. Okay, let's go.
Locking people up for frivolous reasons. It's time for us to organize.
You always say organize.
All differences to the side. All Africans unite.
Yeah, I thought Michael McDonald passed. Let me check, just because I want to be saying that it ain't true. I thought he passed away more recently. Maybe not. Let me make sure. Oh, he's still alive. My bad. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mike. My bad. He's still alive. He's 73. Listen, I apologize. I feel so bad. I apologize for that, but I got him confused with somebody else. He's still alive. My bad. That's bad. That is so bad. All right. He said, "Little a hitman and shit." I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all. I really feel bad about that. Yeah. I'm sorry, Black Dog, but I said, damn, I just be saying some. Yeah. All right, my bad. Yeah, that's right. When you get our age, you think everybody dead. You know what I'm saying? You ain't heard from her in a while. You say, they must be dead. All right. Lewis Duck says he should have drank some of that water. If he had, we would have heard him fall. Yeah, Umar, he would have fell, and his phone would have been streaming the bottom. That's why. Yeah, his feet don't even move. His feet would be stuck. All right. Like, well, that's too funny. All right. Yeah, I apologize, Marcus. I apologize to the good brother Michael. All right. That was so bad of me. I apologize, everyone. I feel bad about that. Perry says that the power structure is busy actually teaching people. Yeah, including Umar. Because you guys do realize Umar got his degrees from the white people. Okay, all of them. All 15 of them. But we ain't going to get into that right now. All right, thanks, Perry. All right, y'all, okay, I apologize, all right? Y'all still good. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, it was George Michael. Yeah, that's right. It was George Michael. See, I thought Michael, I apologize. Yeah, George Michael, he's the one that passed away. Yeah. I thought it was, yeah. Because one time he was singing with Stevie Wonder, and I can't remember what song it was. It was a live concert, and he came on and was singing with Stevie Wonder. And no disrespect, but George Michael, he wasn't doing it right. And Stevie Wonder looked over at him. And like, who is this motherfucker? Y'all ever see that? Anyway. Yeah, so it's George Michael. He's the one that passed away. I apologize. I said Michael McDonald. Okay, thanks, Shay, for that clarification. No, I wasn't thinking about Bobby Caldwell. Bobby Caldwell, he did pass away. He's one of my favorite singers too, Bobby Caldwell. I always thought he was black until more recently, because he did that one song. Y'all know the song. I can't think of it right now. Let me find it. Oh yeah, What You Won't Do for Love. When I was a kid, I thought it was a black guy singing that song. I really did. I did not know that was Bobby Caldwell. Then years later, it was more recent than a couple of years ago. I realized it was a white dude. He could sing, boy. He could sing his ass off. Thanks, Aman. But that's not who I was thinking about. I was thinking about the other guy. I can't remember his name right now. Thanks, Aman, for super chat. Chief Red Hair Brown Eye says, if I lived in Wilmington, I'd show up to the grand opening with the 5'5" pick in the thigh snow bunny on purpose to see how Umar would react. Listen, let's be real about this. If Umar could get with a white woman and deal with her and do what he would do, and sexually exploit like he does with the black woman, and no one would ever find out about it, he would do it. Get the one. See, this is what I mean about Umar. It's like a paradox. See? It's like you have on this end of the paradox is A, on this end it's B. We'll just say B. I could say Z. Let's say Z. A and Z is on this end. So on one hand, Umar says black men, we should only be dealing with black women, and that we shouldn't be bunny hopping, and we shouldn't be dealing with white women. But on the other end, if Umar could deal with a white woman and no one find out about it, he would do it. And it's probable that he's already done that. And I don't really give a shit. Don't make me no difference. I'm married. I ain't got no time for none of that anyway. I don't understand if people dealing with all kinds of people anyway. Umar got the bumpity bump too. You need to sit down. So I'm saying, all right. But the irony of it is, and this is the paradox within the paradox, is that Umar claims that black men should only be dealing with black women, but shouldn't be dealing with white women, and that we should only be committing to black women, and we shouldn't be dealing with white women, and that we should only be marrying black women, but we shouldn't be dealing with white women. And yet he's not in a functional relationship with black women, and he only uses black women to sexually exploit. You see the paradox here? So in principle, the idea is commitment to black women over white women, but in practice, it's about only sexually exploiting black women, but not sexually exploiting white women. Now y'all see? See, that's the mind of a predator who preys upon the black community, in particular upon these black women. That's their orientation. And that's Umar. See? But if Umar could deal with a 5'5", thick of the thigh snow bunny and no one would find out about it, he would do it. In practice, Chief, red hair, brown eyes, in practice, he would do it. In principle, he teaches otherwise. See? Just like in principle, he says we need to marry black women, but in practice, he's not married to a black woman. In principle, he says black men need to take care of your kids, but in practice, he don't take care of his own kids. You see? In principle, I'm open up a school, but in practice, ain't nothing but some bandos. See? That's Umar. Boy, he'll run up to that snow bunny so quick. Anyway, thanks, Chief Red here for the super chat. Brown eyes for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here. How we doing on time? We're doing okay on time. I know it's been a while. Here we go.
Africans unite, brothers and sisters. Teachers Lounge. Got to get the Teachers Lounge popping.
See, this is where the drop-off spot was for the plug that time. Don't make me pull up the video.
Got to get the Teachers Lounge popping. This is the men's room.
Still filthy.
This is the men's room.
It's crazy. 6 years later. I mean, even if you took one room a month, or let's say one room every 6 months, he should be so much far progressed in all of this. I mean, I really could. Don't make me do it. But we covered this recently, and we figured it out live while we were live streaming. The plug dropped off the whatever Umar had ordered. See this? Ordered. And that's the drop. See, that's the drop-off spot. It's not a hand-to-hand exchange. Umar leaves the door open. The plug goes in, drops it off in the teacher's lounge out of all places. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Out of all places in the teacher's lounge. But then accidentally locks the door so that when Umar goes in, and then he sees the plug leave the building. And right after that, he gets off. He gets off the live stream because you know how that Pookie is. Well, he was running got to that room and the door was locked. So he started live streaming again, and he was fiending so bad, acting crazy, shaking on the door. I can't get into the lead teacher's lounge. No, you was fiending for that stuff, and you couldn't get to it. Don't make me do it. Here we go.
Let's get it done. Can't give in. This is the ladies' room. This is the ladies' room. Female teachers.
Bathroom stalls all dusty. Why are they dusty?
And staff, volunteers. Oh,
look at that. Why? I don't understand that. Why is there film on top of the what is going on in these?
Yes. Don't you worry how long it's going to take. You're not building anything. Don't you worry about how long it's going to take.
Boy, he's so confused. Poor Umar. Look at him. This poor guy.
You're not building anything. Unless you build in institutions. You can't compare us to charter schools. That's government money. They owned by the government. We owned by the black community. You can't compare us to charter schools. They owned by the government. We owned by the black community. You can't compare.
He's just walking in circles. He ain't doing nothing.
That's the charter schools. They owned by the government. We owned by the black community. Two different things, brothers and sisters. Two completely different things. Don't mix apples and oranges. Don't.
Trash. All that trash is still
Owned by
over
the
here.
government, we owned by the black community. Two different things, brothers and sisters. Two completely different things. Don't mix apples and oranges.
Look at that. Did we already cover this video? I don't think we covered this video. This is a newer one. This is from the 10th. We didn't live stream. We haven't live streamed. What? It's been almost 2 weeks. That trash is still sitting in that hallway. Damn.
Don't.
We working.
We out here. What time is it? I ain't got time for the NBA playoffs. I got a school to get ready for black
No, he up there for the plug. This is a damn shame.
boys.
Look at him looking around. He's waiting on that plug.
I ain't got time for the NBA playoffs. I got a school to get ready for black boys.
We got about 900 people in the building. Y'all hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. Let me know when we get to 500. Isn't that the goal? Is 500? We get to 500. Let me know. If you start sniffing.
At ease, my queens. It was cold, now it's warm.
Yeah.
They go to police.
See, yeah, he fiending. Poor guy.
It was cold, now it's a little warm.
Remember he was pouring that water on his head? Look. It's the same shit, but this is from 2021.
Ifatunde Avenue. This Dr. Papa Boulevard. This is my spot. I'ma see all y'all here in 10 days. The countdown begins, baby. It's September 1st. We got 10 days. What you gonna do? FDMGfestival.com. I've been working all day, cleaning. 1 o'clock, I'm still working. I'm still working.
1 a.m.
Got the water. Got the water. Got the water. Blah. I'm working. I'm working, brothers and sisters. Getting ready for your festival, your block party, your coming out show. Getting the food ready, the vendors ready, performers ready, the giveaways is ready, the t-shirts are ready, the mugs are ready, the bumper stickers are ready. Burgers, hot dogs, snacks, the fashion show, Universal African Dance and Duma, Afro-Ricans. If you identify as African, you can come. It's an African family festival. It's an African family festival, baby. I'm here. I'm on Dr. Papa Boulevard, Ifatunde Avenue. This is the
1 a.m.
real Wakanda. Wetting the locks. Ooh, it feels so good. Woo! Woo! I'm happy to be nappy right now. Hit the CashApp $ FDMG school.
See?
Hit the CashApp $ FDMG school. I'm not playing with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all.
Damn.
Woo!
Yeah.
This water feel good at 1 in the morning on Dr. Papa Boulevard.
Yeah, see, it's the same thing. This is from 2021. And yeah, everything's except the school is ready. That's 2021. We're in 2025. And we can go to a video, from 4 days ago, and it's the same shit. Ain't nothing changed. See, that's what I'm saying. People just don't get it. Umar Johnson don't get it. It's not about opening up a school. It's about getting the money, straight cash. That's all this comes down to. And it's been this way for a long time. Remember, Umar, he hasn't worked a legitimate job since 2010, 2011. I do have a picture of him in an office, but there's no way of verifying that he was employed at the time. It could have been his own personal office. It's possible. But there's no way to verify. And if, in fact, he functioned as a principal, there would be an online record of that, and I haven't yet been able to find it. If there's anyone out there who has an online record or otherwise that can verify that Umar was a principal at any given point, send it to me. And if you find that he was working somewhere and it's verifiable after 2010, 2011-ish, then let me know. Okay? And so here we are. If we look at a video from 2021, same thing as in 2025. If you look at a video from 2020, same thing as in 2025. Go to 2019, same thing. We're talking specifically after he acquired this abandoned building. We can go all the way back to 2010 when he said that he was going to open up a school in real quick little stuff. Umar stated that he was going to open up the school. It was a grand opening. It was going to be September 11, 2013. Nothing has changed. See, the school is still not ready. He said it was going to be, the grand opening was going to be in 2013. We're in 2025. It's nuts. But, you know, there's still Umar Johnson followers that still believe in this foolishness. Okay. Oh, let's go back to the other video. Here we go.
I'm out here. We got to organize, brothers and sisters. Donald Trump is about to unleash the police. Donald Trump is about to unleash the police, brothers and sisters. I hope y'all paid attention to that executive order. I hope y'all paid attention to that.
What is this guy doing? The poll question too, by the way, will Umar Johnson keep his promise and open FDMG in September of 2025? We have 884 votes so far. 88% say no, 12% say yes. Go ahead and get your vote in. All right, Kukar says on the video. Let's go.
Executive order. Donald Trump is about to unleash the police. He said that the federal government is going to protect them at all costs. They will not be charged. They will not be convicted of any wrongful things in the black community. This is going to be a long, hot summer. Make sure you stay protected. Talk to your children.
Is that true in the black community specifically? What is he talking about? I don't know about that. You know, I ain't been following stuff, but I don't know.
Make sure your children understand that they need to practice discipline at all times when encountering the police. They already been getting away with un-American Africans. They really about to get away with un-American Africans. Make sure your children are ready. Talk to everybody in your family. Donald Trump's executive order is unleashing the police. And that's what it's called. Let me tell you real quick. Let me go through it real quick, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but that's what Umar does. And he's done this for a long time. That's a lot of nerve of him spreading misinformation and complaining about Trump's behavior, considering that he said he preferred him as a candidate. Yeah, I could pull it up. He said that about I have an old interview where Umar, he says that he prefers, was it Donald Trump? Yeah, it was Trump. Yeah, I can pull it up and play it for y'all. What's up, Jesus Price? I can play it for y'all. Umar, he's something else. And he tells black people not to vote, but then he wants to talk politics all of a sudden. Anyway, let's go.
Let me go through it real quick.
Yeah, but Umar hates any black person who is successful because he's a bomb, real talk. He hates any black person who's successful unless they've been accused of sexual misconduct. Then he defends them. But other than that, or until such time as they are accused of sexual misconduct, then he defends them. But other than that, no, it doesn't matter. But he has a long history of that. Okay, black men and black women. He mainly targets successful black men, but the idea of a black woman, whether y'all want to say that she's black, and I won't make me no damn sense. But the idea, notion that a woman and who is a black woman becoming president for Umar, that's unacceptable. So he campaigned very hard against Harris. And I have him on record from back in the day where he was saying that he would prefer Donald Trump. Man, I can pull it up. Yeah, he waiting on that plug. Look at him. Breathing all heavy.
It's called Strengthening and Unleashing America's Law Enforcement to Pursue Criminals and Protect Innocent Citizens. Strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement like they wasn't already unleashed. We will protect and defend law enforcement officers wrongly accused and abused. My administration will work to ensure that law enforcement officers across the United States focus on ending crime and not pursuing equity. They will increase pay and benefits for law enforcement, strengthen and expand legal protection for police, seek enhanced sentences for crimes against the law enforcement. Brothers and sisters, he said in 60 days. In 60 days, they about to go crazy. What am I reading? The new Donald Trump executive order to unleash the beast on the black community. The U.S. military will be giving the police more weapons, more surveillance equipment. We going back to the 1960s, brothers and sisters. We going back. Let me rub you up and down. At ease, my queen. We talking politics right now. At ease, my queen. At ease, my queen. We talking politics. We got to get organized, brothers and sisters. We got to get organized. Congressional Black Caucus, useless. NAACP Urban League,
You know what I mean? Here you
useless. So-called
Umar-
national black leaders, useless.
You ain't doing
We're going to
that.
have to organize. Don't call yourself a mutt. If you half African, you all African. Don't
What in
ever
the
call
world?
yourself a mutt. Don't ever disrespect yourself like that, my brother. You understand me?
That's not what he said to SETI that time. Let me pull this up real quick. 11-minute, 40-second mark. Watch this.
Like, you can't say that Obama don't have to do nothing for black people and then turn around and say Trump and Hillary do. It doesn't work that way. Right. You're either going to hold the executive branch responsible or you're not, which is why I say that our children's children, our great-grandchildren are going to suffer from the political mistakes we made in relation
What's
to
up, lady?
Obama.
So things get worse from here then, in your opinion?
Things get worse from here.
It's all fear-mongering.
Oh, yes, they get worse. They don't get better. They get worse. The only good thing is that I would prefer to have a white president. I never want another black president, ever. I don't ever want another black governor. To be honest, I don't even know if I want a black mayor. And let me tell you why.
Can't to run that back. He's so pro-black, right? Hey, listen. The anonymous Christian, I have so much on dirt on Umar. The types of things that he said. I remember when I heard this too. This is from 2016. Some of y'all don't even know about Umar 2016. But I remember I've been getting into that research, boy, and I was listening. I said, "What did he just say?" I had to rewind. I said, "Wait a minute, y'all want me to play it again?" That's y'all's leader. I have so much other stuff, disrespecting Nelson Mandela, disrespecting the elders in the UNIA, because he does this in this same video. It's a radio interview. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking right here. He used to go in on Barack Obama. I mean, he used to hate Barack Obama. Yeah, don't worry. I got. Well, how's it going, Paul? I got all the receipts. Let me play that back. Watch this.
The president had to hear from black people. Every president except Obama. And because we let Obama slide, whoever gets in the White House next is not going to have to be accountable to you. Like, you can't say that Obama don't have to do nothing for black people and then turn around and say Trump and Hillary do. It doesn't work that way. Right. You're either going to hold the executive branch responsible or you're not, which is why I say that our children's children, our great-grandchildren are going to suffer from the political mistakes we made in relation to Barack Obama.
So things get worse from here then, in your opinion?
Things get worse from here. Oh, yes, they get worse. They don't get better. They get worse. The only good thing is that I would prefer to have a white president. I never want another black president, ever. I don't ever want another black governor. To be honest, I don't even know if I want a black mayor. And let me tell you why. The average black politician is elected on white campaign money. It is white money that put Obama in office. It is white money that puts your black mayors in office. It is white money that puts your senators and congressmen in office.
Yeah, listen, there are plenty of black people that donated to the Obama's campaign. Y'all know I'm not even in politics like that, but there are plenty of black people that donated to Obama's campaign, and a gang of people donated to Harris's campaign at the one. But this is Umar. Someone said that this has to be AI. No, it's not. As a matter of fact, Juju, here, you guys can go look this up yourself. Okay, I already have it downloaded, but you can find this. It's still on, if it's still on YouTube. I've already downloaded it. But I'll put the link right there. Someone in the Cook chat, click on that link and then go to the 11-minute 40-second mark and then come back and tell me what you hear. See? It's not AI. I know we played what's called this AI. That's different. This was a radio interview from 2016. Okay, we're talking 9 years ago, almost 9 years ago, because it was September 14th of 2006. Don't worry, I got all the receipts. Now, when we goof off with the Snow Bunny love song, that's one thing, because that's more for entertainment, comedic purposes. Okay, but when it comes to the receipts, the actual receipts, okay, everything that I present here, you can actually find this online, or if it's not online, I can send it to you because I've already downloaded. I have a 4 terabyte, a 4 terabyte external hard drive, but then I'm actually going to be migrating all that to my solid state drive. I brought a brand new one. And just for the Umar content, I have 1.52 terabytes free, which would mean that I have 2.5 terabytes worth of Umar Johnson videos and receipts. It's not just videos. Okay, it's MP3 files, it's screenshots. That doesn't take much space, but screenshots and that type of thing that I've downloaded. Images, okay, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So I'll put the link in there. Y'all go look it up yourself. It's the title of the video too. If you want to look it up by this, the name of the video is Dr. Umar Johnson on IMHO, which is probably the I'm going to assume is the radio station, Charlottesville, 101 Jams. This is the second half of the interview, and the YouTube page is In My Humble Opinion. If it's still up there, because I downloaded this a long time ago, not too long ago, maybe about a year ago. And then here's the link, and then you can just go to the 11-minute and 40-minute mark. There's all kinds of stuff. You guys, I've heard Umar say that it's just incredible that he would say things like that. In fact, he had raised, I have him on DJ Vlad saying that he had raised $700,000 in 3 years. So from 2014 to around 2017. I also have him saying he had raised $1 million towards the end of 2016. Okay, because that's the other thing I track is whenever he mentions how much money he's raised. The last time Umar updated people on how much money he raised was in, if memory serves me correctly, 2020, and he said that he had raised $800,000. He hasn't updated since that time. That's telling in of itself, because if memory serves me correctly, think about this. In 2020, Umar says that he raised $800,000, which is $50,000 more than what he said he claimed he raised before. If you go into the IRS filings, you'll see that the math doesn't add up. And in fact, if you go to the IRS filings from 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, I think 2024 is out, if you remember something correctly, Umar would have raised over $1 million if you just go based on him lying about how much money he's raised. But you just say up until that point, he's already raised $1 million. But in 2025, he's telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million. But I have him on record saying that he had raised $1 million at the end of 2016. You see how the numbers are all over the place? Well, that's because Umar, he's a scam artist. Umar doesn't even know how much money he's raised. Real talk. He doesn't know how much money he spent. He doesn't know how much money he needs. Has Umar ever produced an itemized list of everything that needs to be done at these abandoned buildings? It's been 6 years. Has he ever produced a budget? I found the Moyer budget too. Don't make me pull that up, because then it'll blow everything out the water, because you realize very quickly that this is not, it's not even financially viable. I don't mean to put my hands like that, but it's not even financial. I'm pleading with people. It's not even financially viable. And see, you have to deal with the reality of the situation. Some shit's just not financially viable. Hey, there's stuff I want to do for my kids. I want to get one of my sons, I want to get him a whole setup, a studio setup, so he leave my computer alone sometimes. But right now, it's not financially viable. Stuff I got to take care of. He can wait a while. You got to deal with the reality of the situation. Now, am I going to do it? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Be on my computer all the time. He got his own, but he don't like that one. It ain't fast enough for him. I said, listen. You should be happy with that, okay? It's an i7. You should be happy. Is it i7? I think that might be an i5. Let me not choose. Anyway, you got to deal with the reality of the situation. Umar has never put together a budget aligned, this is the fundamental. He doesn't even have a business plan. Okay, don't make me pull up the J Moyer Academy budget, because when you guys see it, you'll realize how crazy this is. It's not financially viable. I'm sorry for going off. I'm sorry. The whole thing is, the whole situation with this school scam is just ridiculous at the end of the day. And yeah, Louis, everything except the school is ready. Right? The money's ready. The plug's ready. The zebra cakes is ready. But the school's not ready. Even the Cookie Crush chat's ready, but the school's not ready. It's a damn shame. We get more work done here in the Cookie Crush than Umar get done these trap battles in 6 years. It's crazy. All right. Lewis says, why do people like him try to fearmonger people? If America is so terrible, there are what, 54 countries in Africa? Pick one and go. These people are full of it. You don't need a continent to go. I agree with this. That's why I'll be telling people every time, yeah, America, blah, 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 the USA. Well, don't take your ass back to Africa then, and you talking all this talk. I don't mean to be like that, but Umar always talk, well, we got to go back to Africa. We're going to get it because we got to get organized. We got to organize Africa. You can't even organize your mama closet, what you talking about. Go on back to Africa then. Listen, I'm sure there's some nice places over there. I got some African friends that have been over there. They live a good life. Fine. I'm good though up over here. You want to go to Africa? Go on Africa. Just do it and stop talking. That's all. Umar, just gonna take your ass up over to Africa. Try to go scam them people, see what happens. Because you hear that it's the romanticization, of Africa. We got to go back to Africa. And Africa, it's the mother continent. And we're going to go over there. We're going to live. Everything's going to be perfect. We don't have to deal with racism anymore. Them Africans ain't want to deal with your ass. Cut it out. At least some of them. Some of them cool, yeah. I get it. But most of them, most of the ones that you're talking about, Umar, they trying to get up over here. All right, let's be real about it. I don't mean to be mean to nobody over in Africa. I don't take it the wrong way. But the truth is that most people, and it's not just African people, most people around the world, they trying to come up over here. Real talk. But Umar, he has to fearmonger. See, I think with Lewis, I think with Umar with the fearmongering thing, I think there's two pieces to this. At least two. There's really three pieces. One is he suffers from delusional thinking. There's paranoia up in there too. And part of that is, which is the second piece, is that Umar, he was a conspiracy theorist for many years. See, that's why I can understand Umar, how he's gotten to where he's at. Because there was a time where I was in a I was deeper in it than he was into conspiracy theories. See, I've been there. See, but the difference is that Umar, with the narcissism, and he don't give a shit about anybody else. See, I care about people. I care about my kids. I care about my wife. I care about people I don't even know. That's why I can't. That's why I have to stop watching these videos about these people be crying about. It tears me up. Umar doesn't have that. So when he gets out of the conspiracy theory paradigm, the truth is he never got out of it. It's just he's not dealing with the Illuminati aspect of it. Okay, now this is really what it is. I got out of this shit. It wasted almost a decade of my life. Made horrible decisions based upon that information. Okay, and the people, if you're into it, that's fine. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: you can't tell me shit about it. Okay, if we sat down and we start talking about it, and I talk as it like based upon everything that I researched and I knew, I would run circles around you. No disrespect. Okay, the difference is I got out of that shit. Umar never really got out of it. It's just he transfers it from this idea of the Illuminati, and then it becomes this idea and notion of global white supremacy. And the interesting thing about it is that Black people will use, this is deep, Black people will see this quote unquote Illuminati within the scope of global white supremacy. But white men, and the conspiracy theory paradigm is mainly dominated by white men, they see the Illuminati not as the white supremacy that's dominating them, but as the global elite that's dominating them. It still puts the white man who's in that paradigm and the Black man who's in that paradigm in a state of subservience to something that they perceive to have more power than they do and is in control of their life. The difference is I got out of that shit. Umar never did. Is there racism? Yes. But that it's this overwhelming, and do we have to deal with it? Yeah, I deal with this shit every day. Okay, but that it's this overwhelming, and it's dictating every action in every direction of our life. No, that's not the case. So what has happened with Umar is he still holds on to the conspiracy, because he would talk about the Trilateral Commission. I can pull this shit up. He talking about the Bilderbergs. He'll talk about the something the Foreign Council on Foreign Relations, something to the CFR, right? He used to talk about all that shit back in the day. He just transferred that shit over to global white supremacy. But the mentality is still the same. And that's why you hear people like Umar, where they're always talking, America's bad and blah, blah, blah. But that's coming from the orientation of the conspiracy theorist mindset of global white supremacy dominating every aspect of human life, especially black life, right? And that we don't have power to actualize anything in our life, and that we're so oppressed that we can. But if we go back 40 years ago, our ancestors was far more oppressed than what we are. You go back 100 years ago, you go back 200, 300 years ago, they were far more oppressed. So it's not the same. But the mentality that has been adopted by Umar is as if we're still struggling like our ancestors were struggling. That's why Umar say shit like, "You see when they were lynching us? Listen, no, cut it out. You see how they enslaved us? No, Umar, your ass ain't never been enslaved, so cut it out." But it's the mentality that's associated with that. Umar never got out of that mentality. Like I said, I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist. I'm saying that it's not the same that Umar wishes to portray it to be, which is used as a fear-mongering tactic to put black people in a subservient position. And then who becomes a savior? Umar. Okay, so if it's all that bad, Umar, why don't you go and take your ass to Africa then? I apologize for going on. Thanks, Louis, up for super chat. Real quick, Marcus Garvey was talking about, we need to repatriation. Because see, Umar, he don't talk about this as much, but I have it for years and years. He was talking about what he called repatriation in Africa. But that's because he wanted to be Marcus Garvey. But Marcus Garvey never went to Africa. I have Umar trying to make excuses as to why. Well, they were trying to stop him. No, cut it out. Yet he was given the title of the provisional president of Africa. Well, he ain't never been there. I'm gonna leave it right there. I apologize. Because I have so many notes. This document is 43,064 words, 223 pages, and it just gets to 2019. I'm still stuck in 2019, y'all. It's a damn shame. I've been trying to get going, and it's just, I'm at the point in the timeline where I'm dealing with Umar, where he impregnates his first baby mama. So now I got to go to 2025 to look at look at the videos where he was going off on his baby mama and take notes on that shit so that I could put that in the timeline of the documentary. Even though I'm only in basically 22 years ago. It's 23 years ago now. 2002, that's where I'm at in the thing. But in terms of taking notes, I'm in 2019. Still stuck. Anyway, got so much work to do. All right, let's get back to it, everyone. I apologize for going off. Okay, I know it's been a while. All right, here we go. Which video are we on here? Did we get to 500 too? Y'all let me know. Did we get to 500 for the likes? That way we can. Let me pull up my timeline here. Yeah, in the documentary, I'm in the year 2000. No, excuse me, 19. Started college middle of the year, graduated school. Yeah, 1999. But I had to go back to 2020. I had to go up to 2025 to get all that information and take notes on where he was breaking down how he met his first baby mama so that I could put it in the timeline for the documentary for 1999. Well, in 2025, Umar, he alleges that in 1999, blah, 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 this happened, blah, 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 blah. And I'll play the video we talked about it. Anyway, let's get going here. Yeah, this is what I was playing earlier. Which video is it? Is it this one?
This water feels good at 1 a.m. at Dr. Papa Boulevard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get this out of here so I won't pull it up again. Here we go.
Half African, you all African. You understand? You just got to make sure you stand for your race 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when you're around your Neanderthal relatives. It's time to organize, brothers and sisters. They're about to unleash the beast.
Donald Trump has reinstated the
What's up, sports bet? Dr. Honor in the genre of Tunde studies. Well, if they ever turn Umar into a course, a college course for Pan African scamanism, they'll definitely have to reference some of my material. Here we
death
go.
penalty. Donald Trump has reinstated the death penalty. Donald Trump has reinstated.
Yeah, it's not a race. Yeah, you guys have to go back and look at people like Blumenbach. There were 3 people. I always forget the other guys. One of the guys is Blumenbach and the racial classification system. I've talked about this in the past. That's why we're so fucked up. We really are. I'm talking about as a species. There's one human species. There are no races. That's why scientists, they don't use race. Okay, they did the pseudosciences, the racist pseudosciences, mainly European ones they did. But modern day scientists, you guys, you don't hear them say race. Okay? Especially when the ones that talk about genetics and talk about DNA, because there's only one human species, right? But if you guys think about it, you go back to people like Blumenbach, there's other people, I just can't remember their names, but there was 3 white pseudo-scientists. They put together this racial classification system. And it was really used to justify the enslavement of not only African people, but indigenous people around the world. It wasn't just African people, it was indigenous people all around the world. Okay, all this stems from racist ideology. Okay, well, what were the 5 races? You guys go look this shit up for yourself. The 5 races. Okay, it was the black race, and they had different names for it too. But black race, the white race, the yellow race, the brown race, and the red race. Okay, here we are all these years later in 2025, centuries later, and we're in 2025. What happened to the yellow race? See how fucked up we are? And see, it's to our detriment as black people. We're so fucked up. I'm talking about as a society, we're fucked up. But the people who suffer the most because of this bullshit is black people. Where's the yellow race at these days? Where's the red race at these days? Where's the brown race at these days? You don't hear this shit. Here in the United States of America, you hear what? Black and white. You don't hear yellow. Yellow would have been what? The Asian. But you can't say that shit in 2025. Is there a yellow race? Where the fuck is the yellow race? Okay, now people say the white race. They'll say the black race. They even say the African race. See, the black race is a derivative of the African race. Okay. But you call an Asian person yellow, like you're the yellow race. Okay, we got a problem now. Well, why don't we have a problem when we call black people the black race? See how fucked up this shit is? The brown race would have been like, it was really like people from like Toga and Hawaii, Polynesian people. Can't get away with that shit these days, calling them the brown race. It's more complex than that too, right? Man. What about the red race? Any of y'all ever heard of the Washington Redskins? Well, that's supposed to be the Native American people. See, these white pseudoscientists that didn't know shit, they didn't even know all the different groups of people all around the world that they didn't even classify. Okay, so what the point is that we have this quote unquote race over here, the red race. That's where you get the Redskins from. See, they have to change the team name, but they should have did that shit a long time ago anyway. Could you imagine if they had the Washington Blackskins? The whole shit is insulting. No, those are Native American people. There's no such thing as a red race. That's why you don't hear people saying that shit anymore. But for some fucking reason, we still say the white race and the black race. But see, that has to do with the hierarchy, the social hierarchy here in the United States of America. That's what that shit is. See? You still hold on to the white and the black because the white is at the top and the black is on the bottom in the social hierarchy. It's a class system. So who suffers the most because of that? Black people, and it's all a bunch of bullshit from the start. So yeah, there is no black race. There never was. It's these stupid ass white people, pseudoscientists, including Blumenbach, over there in Europe, coming up with some bullshit And to this day, it still affects people, especially here in the United States of America. In a modern society, it's just that all the other shit's been taken out of the equation. You can't call Native Americans because it's insulting. Well, why isn't it insulting to call black people black people? Now, I'll do it, but it's not that I say it as a derogatory term. I just know what the game is. See? But Umar still holds on to this bullshit. He's a colorist. See, then you get into, okay, even within this quote unquote black race, you got the quadroons. Umar still talks like that. In fact, he posted something recently where he was talking quadroon shit and octoroons, mixed race. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know if he did or not, but the thing is that see, they didn't have they didn't have access to genetic information. The human genome hadn't been explored or identified, any of that stuff. They didn't know about DNA. See, they didn't know about any of that shit. They're just making up some bullshit. And Umar still preaches this bullshit to this day. Anyway, let's keep going. Again, people want to call themselves black. That's fine. But if you say, you ain't gonna hear me say the black race, like I'm part of the black race, that's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, just like if I was Native American, I wouldn't say I'm part of the red race. Or if I was from China, if I was Chinese, I wouldn't be saying I'm the yellow race. You can't even get away with that shit these days. But you do know that there was a time here in the United States of America where they would say that's the yellow man. It's highly insulting now. It's called being racist now, but we still call black people, and somehow it's not insulting. Somehow it's not racist. Okay, the hierarchy is based upon racism. You have white people at the top. You have what they would call the yellow man, which is the Asian people, and it's all about skin color. See, white is at the top. Then you got the next one, hue down, which is the yellow one, and then below that you have the brown one, and then below that you have the red one, and then all the way at the bottom you have the black one. And that would, I guess, be us. At least some of y'all up in here chat room. See how much bullshit this is? Anyway, there was this lady, and last point, this is how crazy this shit has gotten. There was this lady, and I think she was on, she was on Soft White Underbelly, and she was on Soft White Underbelly, could have been another one, but they was talking to her, asking her about how she had gotten on drugs, and she was telling all this information and how she got into it and all this stuff, and then she says, and it's hard out here as a white woman, and I said, what? It was a Latina. She was a Latina. And her skin color was around my color. I said, damn, if you white, then what am I? See, it gets real tricky. Real tricky, real quick. See? Let's keep going. Here we go.
Stated the death penalty, brothers and sisters. Are y'all listening? Donald Trump has basically neutralized the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Are y'all listening? Donald Trump has made it illegal to talk about
Uncle Joe. Yeah, they call us a person. There was a time where that was a term. Negro was a term. Before that, it was nigger. Okay, Negro. I think it was before that. Negro, colored, black, African American. But the thing is that even colored people, that would be anyone who's quote unquote not white, but there are white people that are darker skinned than some of these black people up out here. You guys know what I'm talking about? See, it's about social hierarchy. Let me give an Uncle Joe. Let me give another example. The Italians, there was a time where they weren't considered to be white. Y'all know that? Even Umar's talked about this, but there's this lady that talks about, she's an Italian woman. She's real pretty. I have to stop watching the shit because it's just, I just can't do that. I'm married. Okay. I great information, but she's really pretty. That's just how I am. I said, I'm going to stop watching you. Okay. Cause we ain't going to listen. I already like pasta anyway, let me stop. Anyway, she does like these videos that talk about genealogy and these videos about, her genetic background and all this stuff. And there was a time, and she does a video about this too, where Italian people, they weren't considered to be white. Irish people weren't even considered to be white. But for social classification, the system here in the United States of America was to the benefit of the dominant society, which was the white society, to include them, especially when it comes to numbers. Oh yeah, we're gonna and they listen. They used to have all type of derogatory terms towards Italians, just like they had derogatory terms about black people. They still got it towards black people, but somehow Italians are no longer quote unquote non-white, and they're no longer quote unquote, let's just say colored, even though some of them they got a tanner skin. You know what I'm saying? Somehow they get they're adopted and they become amalgamized, if you will, into white society, and it's benefited them. See? Jewish people, same thing. Same thing with Jewish people. They weren't considered to be white. See? So who decides and when do they decide? And for what reason? And what's the purpose of deciding, okay, now this person is all of a sudden white? Well, it's to their benefit. It's to those people benefit, but it's also to the larger society, because now you can say, well, there's these amount of white people, and in the census there's these amount of, so there's more white people now, blah, 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 blah. But see, that's all designed to maintain the social hierarchy. That's why I don't play that race bullshit, because that ain't got nothing to do with race. See, because the truth be told, if some of these people, the Italians, if they look far enough into their bloodline, they're gonna be some African DNA. We're talking DNA. We're not talking about skin color, none of that shit. Because I know some black people that are lighter skinned than some of these Italians up out of here. Yeah, see what I'm saying? And in fact, the closer you get, if you guys go over to what do they call that? The Mediterranean. The further along the further down you go, closer to Africa, the more you see people who have ancestry that are African. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. Someone said Jewish people are European. Yeah, but European is not white. That's not the same thing. So that's what I'm saying. This is specific to here in the United States of America. See, there was a time here in the United States of America where Jewish people were not classified as white. White is not a race. It's a social classification to set up a hierarchy. That's what I'm saying. The concept of race, it's a concept. It's a social construct. It's not a scientific fact. See? So what I'm getting at, in fact, if you go over to Europe and you call some of these European people up over there, you call them white, they'll be offended by that. Just like if you go over there to in places in Africa and you call them black, there's people in Africa, they'd be offended by that. See? Anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
Racism in the classroom. Are y'all listening? Donald Trump is unleashing the police in 60 days.
Yes. You're right. Simplicity makes people easier to control, and it's easier to control people here in the United States of America if you set up this racial hierarchy, which is really a social hierarchy. It's really veiled under this idea of race, but there really is only one human species, and race is a classification that's largely centered around skin color. But that's not even scientific, because there are people in Europe whose skin color is of a darker complexion, if you will, darker complexion, relatively speaking, to some African American people. Hit the one. You know, the same ones that Umar called octoroons and all this other race-based shit. But see, somehow they're not European, or they're not white, or none of that stuff. See, anyway. But it's easier to control people if you set it up that way. Right? That was how it was designed. If you can control people by saying, listen, you're in a privileged position by being white, and then you also demonize people who are of darker skin complexion, going all the way down the hierarchy to black people, then you can justify brutalizing black people. You can justify enslaving, quote unquote, black people in Africa, or dark-skinned people in Africa, so forth and so on. That's how this shit was created. That's why this shit was created. That's why pseudoscientists. See, last point. Those scientists back then, like Blumenbach, they knew less about science than your average person does that's graduated from high school today. But that's because we've come so much further along with information, education, science. These motherfuckers didn't know what they was talking about. They're just a bunch of dummies. Okay. All right, let's go.
Black America. Brothers and sisters, get organized.
Mm-hmm.
Get organized.
See, and that's why people don't like talking about the Moors. Okay, because the Moors, they dominated places like Spain for a very long time, and there was a quote unquote, see, what we would classify as, if you're into the race stuff, it would be classified as race mixing. Okay, but the truth is that it's only one human species. But not only is the culture brought into Spain, but also the genetics is brought into Spain. But understand that even in Spain, prior to the Moors, there was already admixture that was taking place. That's why you go into Spain, a pre-Moors occupation, if you will. We'll just use that term. Spanish people didn't look like people that were from, let's say, Northern Europe. See, because the further down you go and get closer to Africa, the more skin color, I'll just say it this way: the skin color that you'll see. Part of it is because of the what do you call this? There's a term for it. I just can't think of it right now. But the type of weather that people are for hundreds of years, what they're being involved in, but also in terms of the mixing of genes from people of Africa was traveling all over the world. See, so the higher you go, the lower you go down closer to Africa, then you start to see that genetic material going all the way back down to Africa. See, anyway, but people don't like talking about the Moors because it just goes to show you that this idea of there being a black race, it just doesn't compute. Okay, what race was the Moors then? Were they the black race? Well, if they brought levels of civilization to Spain, then what does that say about quote unquote Spaniards who were supposed to be quote unquote European somehow? Anyway, we're gonna leave it right there. And yet the hierarchy states that the descendants of the Europeans, that they are the ones who brought civilization. They are the apex of this racial classification. Okay, they epitomize civilization, etc. But we know that that's not the truth. Okay. The mixing between groups of people were taking place for tens of thousands of years prior to you. Anyway, we're going to leave it right there. Here we go.
I'm not looking for teachers. If you want to apply, send your resume. FDMGresumes@gmail.com. FDMGresumes@gmail.com. Pierce Morgan invited me on the show. I don't want to go on that show. It's kind of messy. He invited me last week. It's kind of messy. I really don't have a need to have conversations with Caucasians about things Caucasians already know. They already know they racist. Why do I need to tell them that?
Nah, he just scared. That's all.
My message is for African people. Why do I have
these buildings still look like trash? Didn't he clean them up? I don't know.
to tell them what they already know, brothers and sisters? I've been working at FDMG all day. Ifa Tunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard.
No, he just showing up here at night because he needs to get that money to get the plug. That's all it comes down to. Cut it out, Umar. If he was doing work, he's always saying doing work. Why not live stream the work being done? He ain't done that up here.
Prince of Pan Africanism Parkway. That's what we doing. That's what we doing, brothers and sisters. Heaven on earth. That's what we doing. If you need to reach me, you can text me 215-989-9858.
Look at this guy, man.
If you need to reach me, you can.
Do you see that? Yeah, it sure does. It really does. That's why I don't be tripping on the concept of race. What's up, Ed? Brother Ed's in the building. You see this guy? Watch this.
Parkway. That's what we doing. That's what we doing, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, he really
Heaven on
would.
earth.
He really
That's
would.
what we doing. If you need to reach me, you can text me 215-989-9858.
Look at
If you need to reach me, you can text me.
He's Umar. He tripping. Yeah, absolutely right. And race is a social contract. In antiquity, there wasn't a concept of different races or city states for that matter. People were tribal families. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that.
215-989-9858. If you need to reach me, you can text me 215-989-9858. California, I'm pulling up to 2 universities next week. California, I'm pulling up to 2 universities next week. I can't tell you. I'm waiting for the agreements to be finalized. But if you live in California, King Kong Consciousness is coming to 2 California universities next week. May 21st, May 22nd.
Well, he just looking around shook.
May 23rd. Where my California Africans at?
Yeah.
Where my California?
Yeah, and this is something that people ask quite often. Why is he always live streaming outside after 6 years? See, shouldn't he have an office by now? I ain't gonna go back into it. I already told people that's what he should have done from the jump. Okay, he should have set up. What's up, Jimmy Jamboree? He should Dr. Fuki Parkway. Umar should have set up an office from the start, and it wouldn't have taken but what 2 weeks, even without electricity. Okay, and just get some battery powered lamps. That's it. Okay? Which is what he did when he recorded that one video in the penguin outfit. But the reason why he was in that penguin suit was because he had a funeral to go to. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Look, he had a funeral. Let me pull. This was from 2019. We're gonna go to February, because some of y'all may not know what I'm talking about, but most of y'all know. It's this one right here. Remember he did this video? Let me take the music off. See this? See, this video was recorded in 2018, but Umar didn't show it until 2019. And in the video, he's in this penguin outfit, looking like a pallbearer and shit. But that's because he had a funeral. So what he did was, because he had the suit, he probably rented it. And so he went and because he had a funeral to go to, he wore the same suit to do this video because it makes him look as if, you know, he's professional, what have you. And he walks through these abandoned buildings and he's talking about how, you know, he owns these abandoned buildings and so forth. But this is in 2018. He didn't even own the properties back then. He's such a con man. And see, he slips up because, and rest in peace, he's in this video, he says something about his grandmothers and both of whom I lost this year. Well, this year, that would have been in 2018 when he lost his grandmothers. Rest in peace. Hit the one. But see, what I said was that from the beginning, Umar should have set up an office space. Yeah. Where's he? Listen, if he owned it, where would he store it? In Mama closet? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. Umar, he uses this the funeral as an opportunity. He buys this tuxedo, but then he uses it in this video in 2018. But he does this video and he's lying to people in this video talking about how he owns the property, but he didn't own the property, these properties in 2018. See? But what he should have done was from the jump, he should have set up an office. See, but what we've seen consistently is Umar being outside. See? You guys remember this is such foolishness. And see, he's showing the larger building a lot in this this particular promo video, and this is the larger gym. He hasn't shown these buildings the inside of these buildings in about 5 years, because he says that there's more damage in there, a whole lot more work that needs to be done in there. So he that's why he's kind of put this off, but who knows what it looks like in there now. See, I've talked about this, that because Umar doesn't have his own place in 2019, that he gets evicted, that a lot of his stuff, he just moved over into these abandoned buildings on the other side of the street, but he doesn't show these buildings anymore. Okay, here's his gangster pose, right? Like he locked up and shit. My cousins used to take pictures like this. Umar, if you don't cut it out, look at this fool. OG Tunde. What's up, blood? he from the Penguin Mafia and shit. The Penguin Syndicate. This guy, he got low, didn't he? That wasn't. What's this guy? It don't even make no sense, Umar. He's such a... Anyway, all right. Boy, Umar, he funny, boy. Yeah, you right. Yeah, Dre, Umar, yeah, y'all gangster. Dre said the gym is bigger than his mama closet. It sure is. But he moved a lot of his stuff inside of this other side of the street. But then he started running out of space. But he's a hoarder. He started running out of space. Then he starts putting stuff inside of the small gym. That's why he hasn't shown that in a number of years. And KKC sent me pictures of more recent pictures of the inside of the smaller gym, and there's shit all over the place. Okay? But that's because Umar, he's a hoarder. Anyway, I don't even know how we got on to this. Yeah. So out the way. It's amazing that Umar, he's always outside, but the reason why is because what is he going to show on the inside? What he should have done from the beginning, from the jump, within the first 2 weeks of acquiring these abandoned buildings, he could have done it, was to set up office space. Okay, take one small room and make it look nice. Buy a professional looking desk, a professional looking chair, not that old broke down chair that was in his mama closet. A nice professional looking chair. Put his degrees on the wall, put some pictures of Marcus Garvey, put some pictures of a picture of Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass. You know, you put some Pan African flag in there. I mean, even get a flagpole. Do the shit right, Umar. Damn. Get you a what you call it, flagpole that you can put inside the room and then put on the red, black, and green. You know what I'm saying? But you know, put it together, a little mini fridge. You can put your Alka-Seltzer in there. What would he please say he liked to drink? To something. The Seagrams, that's what it was. You know, you can put your zebra cakes, get a little storage, a little small storage, put your zebra cakes in there. Get a desk, get some nice little African artifacts, just a couple of them, not a gang of them like you had when you flipped the phone. Put a desk with a calendar on the desk with a phone, even though you ain't got no landline. That's okay. Put your books up there. Just say, get a little bookshelf behind you. Put just your books, and some other your African books that you from Africa. I hope I ain't offended no African people. Listen, my great granddaddy, he was from Africa. Okay, he came up over here. Okay, so yes, I'm part tether. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I am. I'm part tether. That's okay. Right? The point that I'm making is he should have done that a long time ago, but because Umar, he doesn't understand professionalism, and he doesn't know how to get things done from point A to point Z. He's all over the place. He hasn't even set up an office, and I have videos of him trying to attempt to do so, but not inside of these buildings, the school building, but inside of the gym. And he tried to make it work because he wanted to move in. Real talk, he wanted to move in. I can pull up the video right now, and you guys will be shocked at the type of shit he was saying, because he had been evicted in 2019, and he was living in and out of hotel and motel rooms. He didn't have no money left to do nothing else. So he makes up the lie that he can't find the blueprints, and he's waiting on the blueprints to start renovations. But in the meantime, he's telling people to send money. And the money was coming in crazy in 2019 because he showed people he had acquired these abandoned buildings. People got excited, right? Just like when he got the HVAC system, right? Just like when he got the blueprints, allegedly, right? It's the same shit over and over again. Here we are 6 years later. He's staying outside. He always outside. He even got an office. That's crazy. But that's the first thing he should have set up, right? But not Umar. Yeah, he don't have a plan. I should pull up the budget for the Moore Academy. You guys would trip. Thanks out the way. And thanks, Jay Wizzy, for real. And Louis Tata says Umar looking like a one. Look at this guy. I thought he was gonna start doo-wopping. You remember doo-wop? Doo-wop, 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 doo-wop. FDMG is coming. It's coming on Monday too. You are a one-hit wonder. Okay. And then he put this little kid on here crying like that. I said, Umar, don't do that. You're getting arrested and shit. He's such a man. He's a manipulator. Then he was walking through right here. Look at him. Sitting on rocks and shit. Well, this video was crazy. Yeah, but he had on that rental suit because he had a and I can show it to y'all too. He had a funeral to go to. It was a family funeral. Someone in their family. It was a Shoemake that passed. Rest in peace. I can't remember. I can't remember who it was. No, it was a grandmama. One of the grandmamas. I can't remember which one. Anyway, thanks Tata for super chat. All right, let's go on. We got to finish this video up so we can get done here. I am off tomorrow, so I'm gonna try my best to live stream during the day. I'm gonna try. I know every time I say that I don't, but I'm gonna try my best. Let's finish up with this video right here. Here we go. Thank y'all so much, everyone inside the Cook Crush chat. How we doing on likes too, by the way? Did we get to 500, or is today not the day for that? Let me refresh this page right quick, so I won't have to ask y'all. Sound like Umar. I need you. Oh, we're at 427. So if you haven't hit the like button, you're enjoying the show. We got about 870 people here in the building right now. If you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. Let's try to get to 500. I'll play Umar singing Tupac, California Love. The poll question, we got over 1,000 votes on the poll question, 1,083 votes. If you haven't got your vote in, go on and hit that hit that yes or no. The question is, will Umar Johnson keep his promise and open FDMG in September 2025? 88% said no, 12% said yes, overwhelmingly. And I'm going to just say it right now that ultimately what's going to end up happening with Umar is he's going to change the date. And I would say within the next 2 months, maybe 3 months, he'll change the date. Okay. Let's see. We're in May, June, July, August. No, he'll probably change his date in August, maybe towards the end of July. Maybe. Okay. The likes are going up. Thank y'all so much. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Africans at King Kong is pulling up in California, and then I should be back for Juneteenth in Leimert Park on June 22nd. Los Angeles, are you ready? Los Angeles, are you ready? Chicago, June 10th. Are you ready?
What you talking about, Umar?
Columbus, Ohio, Black Ohio Expo, May 25th. Are you ready? University of Manchester in England, May 28th. Are you ready? Oxford Union in Oxford, England, May 29th. South Africa, July 14th to 17th. Are you ready? South Brunswick.
Look how he's looking around. Why is he doing that? I'm sorry, I was looking for something else. You looking up again? He up here
May
tweaking.
23rd. Where my California Africans at? Where my California Africans at? King Kong.
See, he has to show that sign up there. I remember he got those signs put up. I just show y'all that was funny when he got the signs put up. When he got the signs put up and when he got the HVAC delivered, that was hilarious.
Kong is pulling up in California, and then I should be back for Juneteenth in Leimert Park on June 27th.
Miss Ivy, I was going to Miss Ivy. Miss Ivy says, Tata, the butterfly more like a happy wonder. Yeah, that's real. Yeah. Thanks, Miss Ivy, for the super chat as well. Y'all cutting up in there. Here we go.
Second. Los Angeles, are you ready? Los Angeles, are you ready? Chicago, June 10th.
See?
Are you ready?
Man, what's going on?
Columbus, Ohio.
What's going on with this guy?
Black Ohio Expo, May 25th. Are you ready? University of Manchester in England, May 28th. Are you ready? Oxford Union in Oxford, England, May 29th. South Africa, July 14th to 17th. Are you ready?
He's still looking around. He waiting. He's looking for the plug to come through.
South Brunswick, New Jersey next Saturday. South Brunswick, New Jersey next Saturday. South Brunswick, New Jersey, Saturday, May 17th. If you need the link, text me. All my New Jersey Africans, I need to see you next Saturday. All my New Jersey Africans, I need to see you next Saturday, May 17th in South Brunswick.
Up, Yolanda?
Text me for the link. I might pull up to Malcolm X's gravesite on Monday, May 19th. I might be pulling up to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X's gravesite in Ferncliff Cemetery, New York, on Malcolm's 100th Earth Day. New York City, Brooklyn, Harlem, Staten Island, Boogie Down, Bronx, Queens. I might be pulling up to Brother Malcolm's birthday to celebrate his 100th centennial of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz.
I haven't really looked.
King Kong consciousness is in the building.
Yeah, that's what it is. He keeps looking up in the sky. Hey, mate. Next. Back in the rental car.
At ease, my queens. At ease, my queens.
You don't be in grave sites like you used to.
You could text message me 215-989-9858. I got a Chicago invite for Juneteenth. My Juneteenth schedule is not solidified, so if you need King Kong to pull up to Juneteenth, you need to hit me with a text message. 215-989-9858 if you need King Kong to pull up the Juneteenth. 215-989-9858. What's the update on the school? I already gave you the update on the school. Oh, man.
I found the...
Kendra Trinae 1. What's up, sweetheart? Butterscotch.
Here we go.
Miami, I should be there for the...
I found the video where Umar... I didn't mean to. I'm looking for something else. But where Umar went off on the Christian radio show host. His name was Albert J. Polk the Fourth. It was in 2019. And if memory serves me, he called him... I think he called him a coon, and then he called him the N-word. But I just pulled it up. I didn't mean to. I'm looking for something else, but that just popped up right there. That was crazy. Umar, he went nuts.
Diaz, July 27th, Miami Gardens. Sensoray, another butterscotch. How you doing, bud? We got a lot of butterscotch.
There you go.
Light brown sugar in the chat. I love all the flavors. I love all the flavors. Kindred Trene. How you doing, butterscotch, light brown sugar?
See this?
Nashville.
This is y'all's principle. Yeah, that was crazy. Anybody remember that hit the one? That was so crazy. He's on a Christian radio show and went nuts. Acting a doggone fool.
I'll be in Nashville for the It's Up There podcast real soon. Canadian Africans, get at me. Tanya Cherie.
He said he's
I love you too, Tanya Cherie. Elizabeth Silva, are you Snow Bunny? Forgive me if I'm wrong. Elizabeth Silva, are you Snow Bunny? Jai Flawless. She got that dark caramel going on. Cinnamon. I like that cinnamon. I like that butterscotch.
This is all colorism. Colorism.
It look like we got Reese cup. Ain't nothing like some Reese cups.
A what?
Dr. Umar, I helped my white friend move out. Did I forsake you? No, you didn't.
What is a Reese's cup?
Ain't nothing wrong with helping another human being. My South African queens, I'm overdue for South Carolina. I'll see South Africa in July. I'm not flirting. I'm checking in with the queens. I don't flirt no more. Flirting is over. Flirting is over for me. I ain't got time for that. 2 schools, 2 books, 2 passports, 2 queens. What? 2 schools, 2 books, 2 passports, 2 queens. I'm overdue for Houston. I'm definitely overdue for Houston.
No school.
I'm definitely overdue for Houston. I'm overdue for Suriname.
Okay.
I was in Jamaica January of 2024. Two schools, 2 books, 2 passports, 2 queens. Grenada, send the invitation. Maurice Bishop, rest with the ancestors. Send the. It's not flirting, it's flattery. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you for the clarity. It's not flirting, it's flattery. Thank you for the clarity. Snow Bunny mind control. They done got Shannon, they got Smokey, they got Byron. My goodness, who else they got?
Now listen, I'm a Lakers fan. Real quick, I ain't gonna spend but 30 seconds on this. I'm a Lakers fan. Byron Scott played for the Lakers back in the day, Showtime Lakers. Okay, he was an important piece to the puzzle. He admitted that when he was, I think he was 26, and he had sex with this girl. And he claims that he thought that she was 18. No, she wasn't 18. And it don't even matter. If you're 26, why are you going to, and you're supposed to be doing this official business for the Lakers, and you dealing and having sex with this little girl, period. At her, I don't know if it's at her school or not. I would think it's at her school. How old they say that she actually was? Real quick. See, it's different when you admit the shit. Same thing with Shannon Sharp. See, Shannon Sharp, what he should have done is come out right away and say, listen, I shouldn't have been dealing with no 19-year-old and I'm 50 plus fucking years old. That's crazy. See, even if we set aside the aspect of the statutory aspect of this, just on principle alone, it's a problem for a 26-year-old to be at this high school and dealing with this girl. And she was I think she was 16. And he was, I believe, 23. And see, that's what he should have came out saying in the first place. Not that I'm disappointed that this information comes out. No, he should have said I shouldn't have been dealing with her in the first place. See, that's what you should do. See? So I don't want to hear this shit that someone somehow, because he admitted that he dealt with her sexually. She was 15 fucking years old. Okay. He was 26 at the time. No. So that's what I'm saying. We can't make excuses for that type of behavior. Now, if that was your daughter and you had a 26, I would be in jail. Real talk. Yo, Lenon ain't live streaming no ass because he's in jail. Because I know how I am. I already know how I am. I'm real cool and stuff, but see, 26 and you dealing with you want to say that you thought, it don't matter what you think. If you're 26, you're a grown ass man. I met my wife when I was 25. This girl was 15. And he says, oh, I thought that she was 18. No, I don't want to hear that shit. See, Byron Scott should have came out first thing, say I shouldn't have been dealing with her in the first place. See, I remember I told my sons, and this is just real talk, okay? Father to son talk. When they turned 18, I said, sons, if you're going to be out here clapping cheeks, because that's what the young people be saying, clapping cheeks all the time. That's what they said. We used to say getting in them skins. That's what we used to say. So I'm not here to judge. Okay? I understand it. All right. But the father to son, when they turned 18, I said, listen, if you're going to be out here clapping these cheeks, she has to be of age. I don't care if you've been dealing with her for such and such a time back when you was 16 and she was 15, about to be 16. As soon as you turn 18, that stops until she comes of age. And that's real fucking talk. Father to son. Y'all understand what I'm saying here? Now, when I was dealing with my girlfriend, when I was in high school, my senior year, I was 16 because I was in school a year ahead because I was premature. So my mama put me and my sister in school at the same time. We're 10 months apart, almost 10 months apart. So the young lady I was dealing with, they could have hit her with some statutory if it really got to that point. So listen, if I was her father, I've been like, listen now, you're 18 now. He's at that time 17. This is going to have to, well, if I was her dad, I would tell you shouldn't be doing that anyway, especially what we was doing, because back then, anyway, okay. But the point is that I would have told her, listen, that has to stop until he turned, and we were in a relationship, so that's different, but that's besides the point. Even if you're in a relationship, that has to stop until he turns 18. Once he turns 18, and you guys, again, you're in a relationship, you guys are grown, do what you guys going to do, but you wait until he's 18. That's what I would have told her. Okay, but what I would have told me was you shouldn't be up in them skins like that anyway, especially the way with the raw dog thing and talk about the pull out game. See, no, see, real talk. I didn't have a father to sit me down and talk about these types of things. But I told my sons right before they turned 18, I said, listen, that's it. Okay. So what I'm saying is that if you're 26 fucking years old, Byron Scott, you shouldn't have been at this school seeking to have sex with anyone in the first place because you a grown ass man. You playing for the Lakers. There's no excuse for that. But Umar has to say that somehow it's a conspiracy. It's a snow bunny brigade. This type of shit ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Okay. I don't know if the accuser is white, black, Asian, whatever. It don't make me no difference. That's besides the point. The point is that she was 15 at the time. He was 26. He shouldn't have been going up to this school as a Los Angeles Laker looking to have sex with someone in the first place, period. Because it's a school. These are kids. See? Even if you think she's 18, that's besides the point. He admitted that. Byron, you wrong. See, that's what he should have came out to say. Just like Freaky Frog, Shannon Sharp, he should have came out and said, listen, I shouldn't have been dealing with this young lady who's 19 and I'm old enough to be her grandpappy. That's what he should have said in the beginning. But what does Umar do? He'll talk shit about all these black people, black males, until they get him these types of accusations. And then all of a sudden he wants to defend them. Why? Because abusers defend abusers. Hit the one.
I'm missing somebody. They got Shannon, Smokey, Byron, and somebody else they got. Who else being snow bunny right now? I'm missing somebody. Shannon, Smokey, Byron, Russell Simmons. Am I missing somebody?
See, listen. Russell Simmons he's freak off. Umar defended P. Diddy. P. Diddy freak off. That's why Russell Simmons left the United States of America. You're not going to leave the United States because they don't have an extradition treaty. Malaysia somewhere over there. You know what he was doing? See, he would probably be in jail right now if he stayed up over here. Hit the one. Russell Simmons, freak off ass. See? Isn't it amazing? A lot of these people, anyway, we're gonna leave it right there. Let's go. But Umar, he'll defend him now. Yeah, he's in Bali. I used to love Balinese gamelan music too. Real excellent stuff. Anyway.
Syracuse. I'm ready for Syracuse again. They tried to get me to Syracuse last year, and the school said that the students got their application in too late. They tried to get me to Syracuse University again last year. I was up there in 2015, but they tried to get me there, and the university said the students got the application in too late.
Yeah,
nah, leave Bronny James alone. Leave him alone. I'm glad he got a chance to play with his father. Y'all shouldn't be hating.
Yeah, but see, wasn't Umar criticizing Bronny James for going to the his prom with a white girl? Hit the one. Y'all remember that? See, but then Umar tried to switch it up when Bronny James had the health situation, the health scare. It wasn't even a health scare. It was real deal situation with Bronny James. He could have died. Then Umar, he tried to back up. I can pull up the video. He posted, he talked about it, but he also posted a meme about it and was going at talking shit about LeBron and Savannah, how somehow they're not good parents. And then look at what happens in 2025. Umar, you're not a good parent. Man.
On that young man. Leave Bronny James alone.
Umar, you're not even a parent. You know what I'm saying?
Bronny James ain't got Snow Bunny, did he? I don't think he got no accusations.
What are you talking about? You guys remember that? Oh, see, I think what Umar's saying is that to be snow bunnied is to be accused of sexual misconduct by a white woman. I think that's what Umar's saying here. Boy, this guy, he's twisted. But when Bronny took a white girl to a little, it was, you know, they're young. This is before he even graduated from high school. Took her to the prom. Umar, he had all kind of crazy shit to say.
Ebby Pretty, you didn't think I knew about Maurice Bishop? I'm the Prince of Pan Africanism, my beautiful African queen. Why wouldn't I know about the Pan Africanists? Why wouldn't I know about Maurice Bishop? Snow Bunny Saquon hung out with Donald Trump. Did he ask him any questions about black folks? Did Snow Bunny Saquon ask Donald Trump about that police executive order unleashing the police on black America?
Yeah.
Did Snow Bunny Saquon ask him anything about that? Who's signing up for Dr. Umar's weekend political science retreat? Who's signing up for Dr. Umar's weekend?
Here he go. He just making up shit on the spot. He does this all the time. Nothing ever comes out of it.
Political science retreat is going to be at a hotel, brothers and sisters. We're going to study. We're going to
Here we go, Cookie Crush Chat. Every single time.
Study all night. We're going to eat some catered, all natural food. Who's signing up for the Dr. Umar political science retreat?
He hungry.
Look
at this guy.
Dr. Umar's political science retreat.
He's making this shit up right now.
It's going to be at a retreat location, secret location.
Yeah, it's secret. He don't know. He don't know where. Yeah, that's what
Bronny girlfriend got black parents. They just light skin. Okay, no problem with that. As long as they identify full time as black. Shout out to Bronny James if he got an African queen. Shout out to Bronny James if he got an African queen.
It's really none of his business.
Pan-African political science retreat. We doing something this summer, brothers. We might come to Atlantic City. Who want to come to Atlantic City? I'm going to rent out an Atlantic City beach house so we can have a political science retreat. Who want to fly into Atlantic City and hang out with King Kong? We could go on the beach together, hang out, study Pan-Africanism. Who pulling up?
What in the world?
Who pulling up? Oh man, I need it.
Poor guy. I need what?
Let me see.
I'm trying to get to that club. Poor guy. I don't know, Crystal. It's just really, it's just weird. He's weird. Ain't nobody saw. Yeah, well, he just made it up. He don't have no plans for that. That's why he says I don't know where, when, and none of that stuff. But that's what Umar does. He just be making up stuff on the spot. You know what I want to do is I want to go back to the video. We never finished it, and this was a trash video. I'll skip to where we ended last time, and we'll pick it up. The video altogether is 20 minutes long, so I think we got to like the 10-minute mark. So let's go for another 10 minutes. I want to get this done so we don't have to come back to it. And this is from April 30th of 2025. I think this is the last video that we were trying to get through. Thanks, Miss Ivy. So let's do this real quick, and then we'll close out this live. So I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. I don't think did we get to 500? Let me take a look here. Okay, we're at 489. We may get to 500. Let's wait and see. Let me go ahead and play this. I want to get to this now so that way I don't have to come back to it. But this is the video where he's picking up trash.
We're all my 100% organic, all natural queens from the top of your head to the heel of your toe. We're all my
heel of your toe.
100% unapologetically.
What does that mean, to the heel of your toe?
Apologetically African and organic sisters at. No fake hair, no fake hair color, no fake eyelashes, no fake breasts, no fake booty cheeks. Where y'all at? Where the organic queens at?
What? He said booty cheeks.
I'm gonna have to pick this up.
I remember one time Umar called me a booty bandit. I said, Umar, don't do that. Don't do that to me now, Umar. Listen, Umar, I know you get upset, but don't do that. Okay, that's not right. He called me a booty bandit a couple of times. I had to think about that because where I come from, we don't talk. I was like, what's a booty bandit? Say, what does that mean? You know? Anyway, Umar, he was mad at me at that time. Umar was real mad at that time. That's why he did that. Anybody remember Umar called me a booty bandit? I said, Umar, don't be like that. I said, what in the world? I had to look that up. I said, what is a booty bandit? I don't know what that, seriously, I didn't know what that even meant. I said, what in the world is a booty bandit? It don't even make no sense. How can you be a bandit for the booty? You know what I'm saying? I said, what in the world is he talking about? I look it up, I said, come on, Umar, don't do that. Some of y'all think I'm bullshit. And he did. I was offended when I figured out what it was. I was offended. I was mad. Okay, but then I let it go. I said that's okay. I said, I'll forgive you, Big Papa. Don't even worry about it. All right. Black, what's up? Blackwood says, who wants to chill on That's what I'm saying. Umar, who wants to chill on the shoreline and do some who wants to sit on the shoreline and do some lines with the Prince of Bulking Knees? I remember that time with Umar, he was in that motel, and he said, I gotta go turn this heat down. Somebody emailed me saying, Lenon, you gotta see this. Oh man, I have the video, I have the full video, but it's on one of my old hard drives, so I can't even pull it up. I have a segment of it in the first documentary I did. But Umar, he hit that line so hard. I can't remember what year it was, but that was wild. It had to be before 2020 because I think the documentary was in 2020, the first one I did on Umar. Anyway, thanks, thanks, Black Wolf. Thanks for the super chat. What was I going? I was going to pull something else up. I don't forgot what it was. Anyway, let's go. Let's get going. Let's get back to it. Which video is it? This one? Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here.
Where the organic queens at? All natural everything. Where they at? No weave, no everything. Perm, no straightening comb. Where the all natural, organically African queens at?
Organically African. Oh, 2019?
I don't care if you are African vanilla. I don't care if you are chocolate fudge. I don't care if you are beautiful brown sugar, caramel.
Yeah, I don't see, and I didn't even think about that, but I didn't know what he was saying. I just know that it was an insult. And I looked it up. I said, Umar, why you gonna don't do that? And in the video, one of the videos that he was saying it, he sounded like a Sith Lord, like his voice was like, ah. I said, man, this guy's something wrong with him. But where I come from, we just don't talk like that. Okay, we got the 500. Okay, let me pull up. We're gonna do California Love. Oh, Umar, you a trip. Let's see. And no disrespect. I mean, if you a man, you into that, that's your business. I'm not here to judge anybody. You do it, that's your business. Okay. Okay, I think it's this one right here. Yeah. No, that's not it either. Where did the thing go? Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong folder. Hold on one second. Oh, wait a minute. It's not even in here anymore. I gotta get that because I have a special folder for the live streams. But I'll just pull it up in the other folder. Here it is. All right, here we go. We'll do this real quick and then we'll finish up. That it'll be done for today. Thank y'all so much.
Bells in front of bells, California dreaming. And when I step in this bed, that nigga who's screaming. Get it from money and alcohol, the fiend of the best five ball, the jump, and so to the body, the rhythm guy, the college, the champion. That's right. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the roof of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. The back down. Show me love.
Show me love.
Inside about it. West Side, where y'all at?
Boy, he's such a goofy. That's what he said. He says, zip it, zip it, zip it, zip it. Zip to LA. Yeah. All right. So that's thank y'all everyone who hit that like button. Let me go ahead and close out this poll. We got 1,187 votes. The question is, will Umar Johnson keep his promise and open FDMG in September of 2025? 88% said no. 12% said yes. What I will say is what's interesting about, and again, you 12% people, there's always a slight chance to anything, I guess. Well, not to anything, but for instance, the Dallas Mavericks, they won the lottery, the NBA lottery this year, and their odds were really, really low. But every once in a while, people said it is rigged. It could be. I don't think so. Things happen. It's just probability. Every once in a while, these types of things happen. So yeah, is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. So for the 12% who said yes, I'm not here to shame you, but you have to deal with the reality of the situation that Umar has changed the date consistently since 2014. I have him on record changing the date at least 22 times over the last 11 years. Because in some years, he'll change it 3 times. Okay. And this 1 year, I think he changed it 4 times. Okay. What is it? January, which would be Martin Luther King's birthday. February, which would have been Black History Month. August 21st, which is his birthday. That's the main one that he used. And then Kwanzaa week. Okay, that's 4 times in 1 year. Okay, so what I'm saying is that if we look at this logically and rationally, yeah, it's possible that he's going to open this up in September of 2025, but it's highly improbable. And the truth is that if you know the history, you know the timeline, it's only a matter of time before Umar changes the date again. See, one other thing, then we'll finish up with the other video. If we look at this with a critical thinking here, if we say, what is the probability of Umar between now, May 14th, 2025, and September, I can't remember, I thought he said September 9th of 2025. Okay. We're in May, June, July, August, September. What's the probability within the next 4 months that Umar gets all the renovations work done, which he said was done in 2023? He schedules for everything to get inspected. The inspections all take place. Any issues with the inspections are mitigated. So in other words, if there are things that need to get fixed, and obviously there's going to be things that need to get fixed, that Umar has enough time over these 4 months to get those things fixed, to also get a budget together and the money together within the next 4 months to be able to pay the faculty that he has to put together, the staff that he has to put together, all the insurance that he has to put together, the benefit packages that he has to put together, the buses that he has to get, the bus drivers that he has to get, the list goes on and on. He has to get the catering for the school because there's no cafeteria facility on that side of the street. So it has to all be catered. What's the probability of all of that happening plus much, much more? He has to get children enrolled. Okay. He has to get parents to pay $500 a month. And he said that you have to pay the first year up front. I can put the video where he said that. But then the next year when your child is enrolled, you don't have to do for the whole year. You just have to do for the first semester, whatever it was, whatever he said. Okay. So that's a lot and a whole lot more, because we can put together a whole list of, and we're just thinking logically and rationally here. There's a whole list of things that need to get done in advance of this grand opening taking place where children are actually being educated. What about the IT infrastructure? What about furnishing the school? So Umar Johnson, just think about this. I know there's 12% of people that say, yeah, he's gonna open this in September. That's 4 months away. He's gonna get everything that we've outlined already here. He has to get all of the any books. He has to furnish the library. He has to get the Chromebooks. He has to get IT infrastructure installed. He has to hire someone to manage the IT. He has to have a vice principal. He has to have counselors. He has to have teachers. Okay, the faculty and staff. I already mentioned that. He has to have proper security. We can put together a whole other list of all kinds of things that need to take place. And all this is going to take place in 4 months. Listen, it's impossible. That's why the notion that he's going to open in September of 2025, the 12%. I'm not saying that you're delusional. What I'm saying is that if you look at this rationally, you realize very quickly that it's not going to happen. Now, real quick, what Umar could do, he still has to get the HVAC situation squared away. Okay. He also has to get the gym on the other side. He has to get that all cleared out because it's a hoarder situation over there, and get everything that needs to be done over there before he opens up the school, right? Okay. But real quick, you Umar Johnson followers, is it possible? I can't even say that it's possible. Just putting in applications and the turnaround time, that's going to get him close to September if you put him in tomorrow for them to come out and inspect. And just because you put it in tomorrow doesn't mean that they're going to come the next week. It could be the next month. It could be 2 months down the line. It could be 3 months down the line. But if you put out all these things together, listen, it's delusional thinking, just like it's delusional thinking with Umar. He keeps saying that he's dancing around the finish line. Well, how long are you going to dance around the finish line? And then why keep putting out these dates? Real quick, the reason why Umar gives these dates, even though I have him on record, he says, I'm not going to give any more dates because things are always happening and I don't want to do, but then he gives another date of grand opening. The reason why he gives grand opening dates is to give the illusion of progress and give you Umar Johnson followers, the 12% of y'all who voted, this euphoric feeling that somehow he's making progress and that this is going to come to pass. FDMG is going to open. It also gives you guys incentive to send him more money so they can get to the plug. You see the game? Now, think about this. All these things have to take place before September or until September? I think he said September 9th. It's virtually impossible. See? But Umar doesn't care because he's been stringing you guys along. You 12% who voted right here. He's been stringing you along now for over a decade, giving you different grand opening dates. I was going to make another point. I can't remember what the point is, but you guys get the point, right? Nothing's changed. It's the same thing. It's the same game. He's been running this for such a long time. And at some point, you Umar Johnson followers, at least just with this school scam situation, you're going to have to come to grips with the reality of the situation. And that is that FDMG is not coming. You may enjoy his other rhetoric on other things, but that's besides the point. See, the reason why Umar has been able to continue to do what he's been doing is because you Umar Johnson followers, you've supported him, but what you've really done is you've enabled him because he ain't nothing more than a pookie. Real talk. You've enabled him. And all of the rhetoric that he gives you guys, it's just manipulation for him. He doesn't believe half the shit that he says. I'll propose that he don't believe a tenth of the shit that he say. You got to marry black women. Well, why ain't you married? You 50. You know how many good black women out here, fine, you know, intelligent, got their life going, everything going really well. Umar, and you can't find one to marry? That's nuts. That's nuts. There's no excuse for that unless you're out here sexually exploiting these black women and you're unwilling to commit because you just want to crush them cookies. Well, that's Umar. Let me tell y'all something real quick. Okay. And it's not a comparison thing, but when I was 25, that's when I met my wife. We've been together ever since. It'll be 25 years, I think, in April of next year. 25 years. And I was thinking about this the other day, that my wife really was the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. And I've gone through a whole bunch of bullshit. I've had some wonderful things happen too. But the best thing that's ever happened to my wife, to my life, was my wife coming into my life. And I'm so thankful for that. See, but you got to have a level of appreciation. You also got to recognize that at some point as a man, part of being a man is that if you're going to be dealing with women, that you need to commit to one. And it takes a lot of pressure off of you too, because you ain't walking around thinking about, okay, can I get with that one? What about that one? Can I get with that one? What about that one? Let me talk to this. I ain't got time for all that shit. I ain't had time for all that shit for a long time, for over almost 25 years. So you don't even have to deal with that anymore. See, and to even be in that mindset, and see, by the time you're 50 and you're still looking at women in that way, where it's like, okay, let me see if I can get with her. And see, in Umar's case, when I say looking at women in that way, it's really to sexually exploit them. What we're talking about is someone who's a predator. He's predatory. Okay. Now, listen, I wasn't ever like that dealing with women. And even if I was single today, I wouldn't be like that because I have appreciation. Umar has never had that appreciation. See? But Umar's 50 now. A tenth, this is probably less than that. A tenth of the shit that Umar says we need to marry black women, he don't even believe that shit himself. Because if he believed it by now at the age of 50, you would hear Umar talk and give one example of being in a loving, long-standing relationship with a black woman. He can't give you that story because he's never lived that way. Real talk. And that's y'all's principle. See, and one last thing, I don't understand it either. Because the benefits of having one good woman in your life versus the detriment of running through all these women for your whole life. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't even make sense. But if you're predatory, you're not thinking like that. See, Umar's predatory. He's 50, but he's still running around trying to sexually exploit these black women. And anyone he comes in contact with, in his mind, the first thing that comes to mind is, how can I get them, crush them cookies? See, to their detriment and to Umar's detriment. Umar got the bumpity bump. He got baby mamas all over the place. See? Find you one good woman, settle down, and that's it. And you'll find that a lot of that pressure, black men that you've been feeling, and not even just black men, all that pressure to try to, it's not there anymore. And it frees you up to think differently, to behave differently, and to build something that's meaningful, like a family. Okay? Has Umar done that? No, because he's a predator. Real talk. All right, let's finish up with this video right here. Here we go.
Guave, pistachio.
See all this?
Mahogany. I don't care if you African lemonade, butterscotch.
I don't even know. See, he's given real quick, like I was just saying. This is all predatory. Umar sees you black women, and he has a hierarchy too, based upon skin color, where you lighter ones are more valuable. See, there's this one video back in the day where he talks about the darker the berry, the nappier the hair, the darker the berry, and it's all sex. It's freak off shit. Because in his mind, he can justify sexually exploiting you darker skinned black women to a more deranged degree. It's really more, I don't know what the term would be, but it's the debauchery aspect. Okay, I'm just gonna make a term up. The debaucherastic. Okay, I don't know what that, but let me say it this way: the debauchery level that can be inflicted upon the darker skinned black women is much higher than that of the lighter skinned black women. That's what he was seeking to express, but it's coded. But I understood what he was saying. So what Umar has set up in his own mind is that you lighter skinned women, even though he preys upon you and he will run through you too, and he will sexually exploit you, You're not subject to the same level of deranged, derogatory, pathological sexual exploitation of you darker skinned black women. See? But really, where is this all coming from? It's coming from colorism. So whenever Umar gives these different flavors, he's talking about your skin color. But these flavors are associated with treats, and more specifically, cookies. So now your cookies is what? The cookies is a euphemism for your vagina. So you got the colorization, the colorism of the black woman's vagina. That's what this shit is. I have him say, he's talking one video, he's talking about, and you know those soft, moist cookies, and you smell them. He's talking about the vagina, but then he also colorizes them too. He's a sick individual. He's sick. This is y'all's friend. Umar Johnson, this is the person you're following. He's perverted. Right? And he's 50.
I just need you to be 100% organic from head to toe. Where them sisters at? Where the all-natural organic queens at? Head to toe, everything natural as God made her. Where them queens at?
Okay, I'm going to close out this poll too. The question was, will Umar Johnson keep his promise and open FDMG in September 2025? 12% said yes. 88% said no. I'm going in that poll right now. Thank y'all, everyone who voted there. Also, thanks everyone who hit that like button during the live stream. Thank everyone who sent the super chats as mine. I'm still got 850 people here. I'm going to try my best to live stream during the day tomorrow. I'm going to do my absolute best, okay? I got to get with you members too. I don't think we have enough time. What I'm going to do for sure tomorrow, it'll have to be during the day because we got another one of my kids got a performance tomorrow. Tomorrow during the day, I'll set up a live stream for members only. In fact, I'll set it up before after this live stream is some of y'all ain't gonna be able to make because you probably may be working, but I'll set up a live stream tomorrow. I want to share with you guys the video where Umar is up at the abandoned buildings. Some of you guys have seen it already, but I haven't covered it in a long time. But Umar's up at the abandoned buildings. He doesn't realize he's still live streaming, and he has this conversation with Brother Manny, rest in peace, and they're talking about the drug paraphernalia that's inside the school. Okay, we ain't gonna have time after this live stream because we went longer than I thought, but I'll set that up after this live stream. It'll be during the day tomorrow. I'll at least do that tomorrow. I'm gonna try to live stream for everyone too after that. Okay. Let's finish this up. Here we go. And thank y'all so much. Thank you for being here. I know I've been away for a while. I appreciate it. Just understand I had a whole bunch I should have updated people, but I try to keep the family business off of the internet nowadays. But I just want everyone's fine. Okay. I just had some stuff I need to take care of and stuff that I need to focus on. But we're back and we're in full effect. Okay. Thank you guys so much for being patient. Okay, here we go.
Stretch marks. Oh, I love me some stretch marks. Ain't nothing like some stretch marks on the hip of a 5'5" thick in the thigh.
Here you go.
Woo! But I digress. Let's get back to the Garveyism. Let's get back to Garveyism. I just wanted to shout out the organically African sisters. I see you, my queen. What's going on, beautiful? One love. I'm right here. I'm ready to get married when you ready, baby. King Kong, two queens.
Umar
fashion
crazy.
Show wedding. Let's do it. Who going to get married in a fashion show with Dr. Umar this year?
I don't know.
I need two all-natural queens to get married to in the. Yes, my queen. I need two queens for the fashion show. Where y'all at? I'm not a light-skinned supremacist or dark-skinned supremacist, but I am a 5'5" thick in the thigh supremacist.
See, this is all sexism and misogyny and reducing you black women down to your sexual organs. Anytime he talks about cookies, anytime he talks about colorism, where he's talking about pina colada, hot peanut butter, warm salt, and all this other shit. No, the thing is that it's not uncommon, though, especially in the black conscious space, for there to be high levels of predation on black women, but also extreme levels of sexism. Sexism is all over the place anyway. That's the one thing that you don't hear a lot. And I entered the black conscious space back in 1994. 94. Yeah, 1994. Okay. Used to wear the dashikis and all that shit, was reading all of the books and all that kind of stuff. Back then it wasn't online. Okay. This was all grassroots type of shit. But the thing that and I understand why, but there was a time where I didn't quite understand why it was that there is such a heavy focus on white supremacy and racism against black men, but very rarely do you hear these same black men who are supposed to be these black leaders in the black conscious space talk about sexism that black women experience, not just at the hands of white society, but also by black men too. They don't want to talk about that shit. It becomes all about them, the black men and the black man struggle. See, excusing the truth that not only do black women have to deal with racism, but they also have to deal with sexism at the hands of the dominant society, but then also at the hands of black men. And I'll propose even more so at the hands of black men. And Umar epitomizes that. That's one of the big issues that I've always had with the black conscious space. And you find a lot of these men, they're not married. They're out here sexually exploiting these black women under the guise of we're trying to liberate black women. You ain't trying to liberate nobody. You're trying to liberate them draws. That's what it really comes down to. But rarely do you hear discussions. And I'm talking about evolved discussions from these so-called black leaders in the black conscious space talking about what black women are going through, because it's always about them. See? I've always had a problem with that. And Umar, not only does Umar epitomize that mentality, but he takes it even further to the extreme where it's misogynistic and it's extremely sexist. And yet this is someone that people perceive to be a black leader. I'll also propose this too. And I don't want two black women to take offense to this, but there are Umar Johnson supporters, in particular black women, who've enabled this. And you're so used to being disrespected by black men and taken advantage of by black men and abused by black men, that Umar gets a pass because that's the shit you're used to. But just because you're used to that shit doesn't make it right. When was the last time you heard Umar Johnson say anything positive about a black woman? When was the last time you heard Umar say, I'm talking about genuinely positive about a black woman. Okay, I'm not talking about where he's reducing you down to your sexual organs and far thick in the thighs and objectifying you. You don't hear it. He'll say some nice shit every once in a while just to keep you guys hooked on the bullshit. But overwhelmingly, 99% of what Umar says about black women, it's really about, it's rooted in sexism and misogyny. It's to reduce you down to your sexual organs. Okay? And this is the guy that some of you want to send your children to. All right. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's not exclusive to Umar. I think Umar is just an extreme case. Remember, Polite was in the black conscious space, right? Remember that. Nature Boy was in the black conscious space. See, it's not exclusive to Umar. I just think that, well, Nature Boy too, but you can put him on par with Umar, maybe even further down. He can be, I think, or up in the hierarchy of these crazy ass. Anyway, let's finish this up. I just had to say that. Here we go.
I am not a light-skinned supremacist or a dark-skinned supremacist. Complexion don't matter. You can be as light.
I'm sure that there are a lot of people who know about the House of Consciousness. Umar came to the House of Consciousness. Polite came to the House of Consciousness. Nature Boy was affiliated for a short period of time with the House of Consciousness. Young Pharaoh was. I mean, I can run down a whole list of people, and you're talking specifically about Sa Neter. Sa Neter, when we talk about House of Consciousness, in terms of its expression on online, more specifically on YouTube, Sa Neter was the one that really brought that. But he also had years and years ago, probably about a decade, not even a decade, maybe close to a decade ago, he had a lot that was going on that wasn't just online. He was actually putting together events. And some of you guys remember this. He was putting together events, and there would be these debates that would be going back and forth between these so-called black community activists and so-called leaders and so-called scholars. And Umar participated in some of that shit. That's one of the reasons why Umar had a falling out with the House of Consciousness, was over money. Because y'all remember this, hit the one. Umar, and I could pull this shit up. Umar, and he's still mad about it to this day. That's how Umar, he's so petty. He can't let shit go. He still be taking shots at Sa Neter. Listen, Sa Neter is Sa Neter, okay? I used to watch House of Consciousness back in the day. I ain't gonna lie, but I don't watch it now, but I used to watch it back then, you know. But listen, Sa Neter put together an event, And it was, get this, it was Umar, Young Pharaoh, and Polite. Y'all think I'm bullshit. Listen, if Sarnetta send me the recording of that, the whole event, I'll shoot him $100. I'll shoot him 150, and then I have the right to replay it and do an analysis of it. Okay, I'll send him $150. Okay? Umar, Young Pharaoh, and Polite. And as Umar tells the story, Umar was supposed to be the headliner because Umar is the most requested, right? No, I kid you not. Someone please hit the one, because some of y'all remember this. This is a long time ago. Some of you guys probably younger. You don't know about all this. Dr. Seb's been around a long time. I know you know, because back then, so it was hot. I mean, the debate thing was really, really hot, and they had different people that would debate each other. One of the guys, he used to debate, and he's in jail now. He's in jail for life. Natural Tahuti. See, I remember this. Okay. So what ended up happening, because Umar, he's so egotistical, and he has to be the HNIC, he the narcissism. Again, Polite, he got his own issues going on, and obviously Young Pharaoh got his own issues to this day. Okay. I feel bad because he's still young. I feel bad for him. Hey, but it is what it is. What ends up happening is Umar, because he feels as if he's the most important person on the bill. Okay. So again, got these three people. He wants to be the keynote, and he's scheduled as the keynote. But see, with Umar, he wants to be catered to. He wants the most amount of money. He wants the best treatment. That's the narcissism. He feels like he's supposed to receive special treatment. And so Umar, he tells a story. He comes out from Philly. He makes the trek to I think it was in Brooklyn, if memory serves. I could be wrong. I think it was in Brooklyn. It could be somewhere else. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, if you know. He comes and he's there waiting. Okay, they always have a limited amount of time too. And if they can't go overtime. Okay, because in Sarnetta, if they go overtime, then it's going to be more money he has to pay to the venue. And Sarnetta was always about the money. He's like, no, you ain't cutting into my cut. So they stick to the plan on how much time. So Umar gets there, and Polite keeps talking and keeps running his mouth and running his mouth. That's what Umar, this is just the version that Umar tells. Umar's getting upset about it. Polite has all of his stuff up on the stage, with all the stuff he's selling and stuff, whatever he was selling, because he's written about 4,537 books. No source material, I'm sure, right? And Umar gets upset because Umar feels as if he's cutting into his time, meaning Polite is cutting into his time, and Umar is really big about that. He wants to be the front line and center. He wants to have the audience attention the most. And then Umar feels as if all the people are there to see him. They're not there to go see Polite. They're not there to go see Young Pharaoh. See, this is the narcissism too. All of them, got some issues. I get it. Inevitably, what happens is Umar gets upset, and he's trying to get Sarnetta and the other guy, I can't remember his name right now. He was the producer back in there, because they tried to get me to come do some shit out there. I just wasn't fucking with all that, because they're just too much mess. I'm a simple person. I'm not trying to have any unnecessary drama, because I got 5 kids and a wife. That's enough for me. Right? Sarnetta, at a certain point, finally gets Polite off, but Polite leaves all his shit up on the stage. And then Umar gets up to talk. And while Umar's talking, Polite and his crew is still back there behind him. Umar don't like that. He gets mad about that. So Umar has an issue because Polite got into his time, took time away from him. And then also they're standing behind him. And Umar was really mad about that because Umar wants all the attention on him. And then the final thing to this big piece of the puzzle, and this is where the origins of the fallout that he has. He falls out with everybody, Dr. Boyce Watkins, Tariq Nasheed, Zora. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. People Umar don't fill out. We can put together a whole list. Okay, go and throw some names up in there. What the straw that broke the Black conscious scammers back was the money. Because listen. Umar gets upset about everything, but when it comes to the money, that's where he because it's always about the money. They pay him a certain amount of money, and Umar feels as if the amount of money that was paid to him was unjust because he felt like everyone was coming there to see him, and that Sarnetta didn't do him right and didn't pay him the right of money. And that's the origins of the beef that he had and continues to have with Sarnetta. So he started talking shit about Sarnetta here and there and taking shots. It's like how he was doing with Tariq Nasheed. Okay. SETI is another example because SETI used to do the rants. SETI used to do the debates too. See? But Umar falls out with everyone, and that's the origin of the his falling out with Sa Neter. So a lot of people know about that history. Okay, it was in Harlem. That's where it was. I thought it was in Brooklyn. It was in Harlem. Okay, conscious lemonade. Okay, let's finish this up. Okay, here we go. Did I get to all the super chats? Okay, I did. Okay, thank you all so everyone who sent the super chat. Okay, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Bright and as chocolate, as brown, but you must be curvy. Lord have mercy.
There you go.
But you must be curvy and all natural from head to toe.
All natural.
I see you, my love. What's going on? I think I got a prospective wifey in the next block from FDMG.
Mad at Tariq also because Tariq won't look up. Oh, I don't know about that. I ain't heard about that. What's he mad at Tariq for? Because he interviewed Tariq, didn't he? He interviewed Tariq a couple of times to promote Hidden Colors. Anyway.
Let's get married. I'm ready. I think I found my wife. She down the street from the school, brothers and sisters. I think I found my wife. She right down the street from FDMG, brothers and sisters. I found a wife right across the street from the school. I found a wifey right across the street from the school. It don't get no better than that, brothers and sisters. You must be on the live, ain't you? You a mess. We almost ready. The school is almost ready.
Wow.
The school is almost ready, brothers and sisters. You got come take a picture with. Come take a picture with King Kong. Nobody lusting. We building black families. Nobody lusting. We building black family. Ain't nobody said nothing about no sex.
Umar, you don't even take care of your own kids. What you talking about? Got 3 baby mamas at least.
We building black love, brothers and sisters.
And real quick, y'all, if you got 3 baby mamas, I'm not here to shame y'all. If any of y'all got 3, 4, 5 of them, long as you take care of your kids. You know what I'm saying? Who want to take care of their kids?
You said I shouldn't marry a sister who lived down the street from FDMG? What's wrong with marrying a sister who live a block away from FDMG? A nice, extra curvy Delaware queen. Where my Delaware queens at?
See, reducing you
Where
down
my Delaware queens at? Where my sexy ass Delaware queens at?
Damn. See, didn't he just say that it wasn't about sex, but then he says we're just sexy. See, and it looked like he got on some Nikes. Anyway. We got to get this trash up. Yeah, I'm just putting this as a reminder. Page 41.
Somebody left a fork. Nah, it ain't gonna be no baby mom number 3. It's gonna be wifey number 1 and 2. It's not going to be baby mom number 3. It's going to be wifey number 1 and 2. It's not going to be baby mom number 3. It's going to be wifey number 1 and number 2. That's what we doing. 2 queens, 2 schools, 2 books, 2 passports. 2 queens, 2 schools, 2 books, 2 passports. Too many haters. 2 schools, 2 books, 2 passports, 2 wives. Too many haters. 2 queens. You got to date me with your co-wife. Find your co-wife. I'm not dating single women no more. You got to have your co-wife already. Come to me with your co-wife. Dr. Umar, we want to date you. We want to go to dinner. We want to go to lunch. I need you with your co-wife already. We wasting time. Grand opening. 2 queens. Find your co-wife and then find me. Find your co-wife and then find me. That's how this is going to work. That's the new thing.
Boy, yo, wow.
Find your co-wife and then find me. That's how we make it. I got to date y'all together.
No school.
Got to come in a package deal. We need a package deal. We need a package deal. Come find your co-wife and then you find me. Y'all cannot be the
Y'all
same
crazy.
complexion.
We almost done.
Y'all cannot be the same complexion. One could be caramel, one could be
There
chocolate.
you go.
One could be African vanilla, and the other one could be sweet brown sugar. Y'all cannot be the same complexion. I don't want to get accused of being a light-skinned supremacist, dark-skinned supremacist, or brown-skinned supremacist. Y'all cannot be the same complexion. Y'all cannot be the same complexion.
Yeah, real quick, let me just show you this. This is the application for the Moyer Academy for 2011. I was looking for the actual budget one. So I got to remove this other. I have it for this isn't the one that shows the budget, but I do have the one that shows it. But that's really what I was looking for. But I want to show y'all something real quick, because when Umar talks about how he's going to expand out year by year, he's basically sourcing. He just changes the grade level. But if you look right here, this is the enrollment per grade for each of the first 4 years of school operation for a new charter application. So this is their new charter application for new Moyer Academy. And if you look, it should go up. Down here, the total enrollment is 365 students, at least 365 students. Okay, and these students, they don't have to pay anything. Then it goes, they add 20 to 385. Okay, and then they add 70 to 455. And then they add 45 to get to 600. So their total enrollment, the expected enrollment was 4 years. Excuse me, after 4 years was 600. Okay, and this was two sides of the street, right? Starting with the 12th grade, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. They're not even dealing with the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Okay, so I want to show you that, and then I also want to show you guys, what was the other page? I should have waited before let's see, 32. Okay, 32. Let's go to page 32. Oh, hold on one second. I'll just do it like this. It'll be around here somewhere. Oh, that's 22. High school graduation. Okay, this is the high school graduation requirements. Umar doesn't have any of that information. Here's career pathways. He doesn't have any of this either set up. Okay, this is just the application. Umar doesn't have any of this. This is the Moyer Academy proposed professional development calendar. So this is for the teachers so they can get more, instructional staff and all staff. Moyer Academy orientation to school climate, school-wide discipline plan, positive behavior interventions, and support. Umar has none of this. K-12 and Delaware Science Coalition curriculum overview, developing effective lesson plans, data-driven instruction, identifying student learning styles, and differentiated instruction, special education law, child abuse prevention training, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so each month, at least August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, and June. So school would start in August. I don't know why Umar's saying he's going to start in September. But this is development. This is the professional development calendar. Umar doesn't have this either. He's supposed to be opening up the school in September of 2025. And then there was one other one I want to show you guys. Is page 41. I thought this was the one that shows the actual budget, but it's not. This is the projected staff position. Okay, so the staff that they're going to need. This is for the planning year, 2011, and then the first year of operation. If you look right here, it says admin subtotal 18 for the planning year. This is to plan things, not to start. 20, and Umar hasn't even done that yet. 20 for the first year, 22 for the second year, 24, and then 24. So there should be 24 administrative. Now, Umar's only dealing with one side of the street, so we can cut that in half. That means that Umar would need at least 12. Okay, he's going to need at least 12 administration. Okay, that would be the a principal, the IT support, business manager, teaching and learning coordinator, a nurse. Well, see, that's the thing, though. It'd be more than half because he has to have a nurse, and this nurse is supposed to cover both sides of the street for the Moyer Academy. So he's going to need all of this. A nurse, an HR program manager, learning lab coordinator, register, or receptionist. I guess he can get away with not having a learning lab coordinator. finance analyst. Oh my goodness. A registrar receptionist. There's 2. First, it starts with 1. So we can say give him 1 on that one. Assistant principal, parabehavior, cafeteria manager. Okay, they don't even have a cafeteria on that side of the street. So he wouldn't need that, but he would need catering. Cafeteria staff, he wouldn't need that. Well, I guess he would still need someone to manage that, to make sure that the children are fed. Reading specialist, operations manager, SPED coordinator. So I would say he would probably need somewhere around 19 administration. And then in terms of teaching, the subtotal it starts at 19, and it goes to 21, 23, 28, and then 36 by this would have been the school year of 2015. Okay, Umar's only dealing with half of this side of the street, so we can cut that down to, let's say, 23. No, I'm sorry, we'll cut that down to 18. But let's just cut that down even further to, let's say, 12. Okay, altogether. Okay, where's Umar going to come up with the money for all of this? And all this is supposed to take place in September of 2025. Right now, this isn't the document that shows the budget, but I do have it. I just have to find it. But it goes to show how much money it's going to cost, at least at that time, for this school project and these more buildings. Again, Umar, we would have to cut that figure in just for inflation, and then cut the figure in half because Umar is only dealing with half of the buildings. Okay, but I don't think this document actually shows. They have another document that actually shows the budget for Moyer Academy. At some point, I'll find it again and I'll show it to you guys. It just goes to show that it's not even financially viable. There's no way that he's going to be able to put together the faculty and staff. He doesn't have the money to pay these people, but he's definitely not going to be able to put them in place by September of 2025. It's just not possible. Okay, let's finish this up for sure now. Thank y'all again. Well, the idea for Umar of co-wife is 2 things. One is that it's the sexual debauchery part. He wants 2 wives because it's 2 women that he can exploit, but really he wants 2 mothers. He wants 2 women to take care of him because the way his orientation is that they're going to be working for him. It's like pimp hoe type of situation. There's freak office type of stuff too, where he's sleeping with both of them, they sleeping with him and all this kind of stuff. He's a pervert in that way. But the other thing is that the idea of Umar marrying 2 wives, well, it's also sourced out of his upbringing. And a lot of the ideas that he had back in the day as a Sunni Orthodox Muslim. Okay, I've covered a bit of that inside the documentary too. But the other thing is, because at the end of the day, for Umar, it's pimp culture. Okay, we can set all the religious stuff aside. Okay, it's really just pimp culture for Umar in Umar's case. But the other thing is that if Umar says I want 2 wives, then that means that it's going to take more effort to get to 2 wives than it would to get to 1, right? Think about this. See, Umar, he's very crafty in this way. He's used to setting up a dynamic to where, and it takes much, much longer to get things done that should have already gotten done. So if he can say, listen, I want 2 wives. Okay, well, that's going to take you a longer period of time to get to 2 than just to get to 1. But if it's going to take you longer to get to 2, then we can excuse you for not even having 1 because ultimately you're trying to get 2. Well, that's the same game that he's running with this school scam, right? He's very crafty in that way. See, the truth of the matter is that Umar does not want a traditional marriage in the first place, nor does he want a woman. He has no respect for women. What he really wants is a free call type of situation where the women are taking care of his ass, right? And women are fulfilling his sexual needs. The women are working for him, and ultimately he exploits them, not only financially, but sexually. That's really what he wants. See, but if he can frame it as I want 2, okay, that gives him more time to continue to sexually exploit all of these Black women outside of the quote unquote marriage. Right. And then ultimately, at some point, I guess when he's 80 years old, then he's finally going to settle down and have 2 wives that take care of his bum ass. OK, that's the mentality that Umar has about all of this. OK, listen, Umar does not want a traditional committed relationship with a Black woman. He wants to sexually exploit y'all. That's what it comes down to. Thanks, Miss Ivy. OK, we're going to finish this up for sure right here. Here we go. I can't find the video. Is it this one? No, that's not it.
I'll take an extra curvy albino queen. I ain't got no problems with the African vanilla albino sisters. I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah, but he called Seti an albino, hit the 1 as a derogatory term. And then there was an albino brother that came out and he was hurt by what Umar said. Don't make me pull it up.
African vanilla. I ain't got no problem with the African vanilla albino sisters.
All right, what's good, everybody? Peace and love. It's your boy Goldie, and we gonna talk about this. Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm gonna call him Umar. I ain't gonna call him no damn doctor no more. I ain't even.
This was so sad when I saw this.
Gonna put his damn full name in the sentence no more. Umar, little Umar, big Umar. You stoop low, brother. You made yourself look like a clown. I'm sorry. Not sorry. You made yourself look like a clown. You're supposed to be a huge influence and a leader in Pan Africanism and the black community and all that. And you stoop to the level of a clown. You stoop to this world star hip hop level type BS.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And me personally, yeah, I took direct offense to it as an albino brother. You trying to shoot down on SETI, and the only thing you could say to him was, you call him an albino that sees a cracker every time he look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
A midget. You know what I'm saying? As an albino brother, I'm gonna tell you straight up, you made yourself look like a clown. Like, that's just straight up. Did you not think that you had light skin and albino brothers and sisters that was following you? Like, yo, his.
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw this, I felt so bad. And I mean, Umar, anyway,
information is legit. Yo, his ideas, his movements is legit. And then you gonna pull that. I mean, shit. If I could tell them all, I'd tell every light-skinned and albino person that got anything to do with you to let you go. Because you just showed that you another clown. This is one of the main reasons I left the conscious community, y'all, because it ain't no respect amongst these folk. It ain't no respect, it ain't no honor. You know what I'm saying? I've been in groups where, you know, people would be debating about dark skin and light skin and say light skin, not even albinism, but light skin is a mutation. Light skin brothers and sisters are mutations. Come on now. Like, how could you get on the bandwagon? How could you get on board with anything like that? You make yourself sound ridiculous. You make yourself sound just like a white supremacist. Oh, look at those niggers over there with their brown skin and this and that. You just look at those light skinned wannabe.
Yeah, it's the colorism. See,
cracker ass. Like, you make yourself look just as bad as the enemy that you trying to talk about. And that's just real talk. And you supposed to be this leader, Umar. You supposed to be this leader. You supposed to be this beacon of light in the black conscious community. And what you did, and I don't care, you can make a little vocabulary savvy video and try to talk your way out of it if you want to. But the fact of the matter is, you was pushing the light skin versus dark skin agenda. Mm-hmm. You an albino nigga, yellow ass nigga, I'm melanated nigga.
Yup, watch.
Documentary film producing movement. We about to sack that shit. We taking that over. Nothing but positive consciousness programming in 2017. That's why you made me the prince of Pan Africanism. That's why I took over this conscious shit by the fucking throat. And don't worry, when I'm done talking about the Parent Association, I'ma deal with Papa Smurf. I'ma deal with that little dirty nigga. I heard you, albino. I'ma handle your ass tonight, pussy. You ain't
see that? Man. Real quick, 1520. Umar, he was wilding out in this one. He went crazy. But it goes to show you he was willing to use colorism against SETI because SETI has lighter skin color. But Umar, he's not particularly dark-skinned. Okay, this is just Umar. It's just in his own mind.
Still dressing like you in 5th grade, you dumbass nigga. Suit and tie. Could you imagine this midget-ass nigga in a suit and tie? You're already a fucking minstrel show. You probably look like a mannequin, bitch.
That don't even make no sense.
Let me get back to my shit. Forgive me, y'all. Forgive the language. I had to handle something because in this conscious community, every once in a while, y'all know somebody got to try the prince. I knew he was coming because he'd been living in my shadow for over 7 years now. I knew he was coming because when they say RBG, they think of Ifa Tunde. They don't think of some little albino looking broke ass sleeping on his mama couch, no job having, no income having ass fraud.
See, Umar is the fraud. Umar, it's amazing. Umar's the fraud. Umar sleeps inside his mama closet and probably sleep on her couch too. But he living inside his mama closet. He don't have a job.
Fraud. With a Napoleon complex because he only 5 feet tall. Nobody think about you, nigga. Don't you ever speak my name in vain. Don't you ever speak my name in vain. I'm talking to you, SETI.
Listen, y'all, Umar, we almost done, but Umar, he crazy. Okay, let me give you guys one more example from this rant. So I'm talking to you. At one point, he said, "Look at my face when you're talking to me. Look at my face." I said, "What? Who are you nuts?" Then it's the same. We got that fake phone call too. But let me go to 3340. Then we're gonna finish up. I promise. Umar crazy. And then tomorrow for sure, we'll do a it'll be during the day. I'll commit for sure to doing a live stream for members only. And then if I'm able to, I'll do another live stream after that for everyone. Here we go.
If y'all all can't come, raise money and send one person. I'm serious about the work I do. I don't sit on no couch making videos trying to make myself look taller than what I am by putting the
Yeah, but he'll lay in the bed making videos. What's the difference?
Camera all the way down here because I got a Napoleon complex. I'm 6'3", 280. 6'3", 280. I'm not 5 feet tall. My skin is melanated. I don't look like the enemy. My shit real.
Nigga. How many times was you gonna say nigga? As somebody who's supposed to be a black leader, how many times was you gonna say nigga?
Yeah, he said it a lot.
Oh, thought I did something. My fault. I pressed a button. I got triggered. I'm pressing stuff. I'm mad. No, I'm not that mad. But it's ridiculous.
He was hurt by it.
You should know as a psychologist that is an illness in the black community. Dark skin versus light skin. That's an illness. That's a problem. That's a parasite. That's something we need to get rid of. And Mr. Pan Africanism is advocating that shit because you're mad. If Sarah Sutton-Seti is not on your level, and this is everything that you were saying. If Sarah Sutton-Seti is not on your level, if Sarah Sutton-Seti can't compete with you, if Sarah Sutton-Seti can't look you in the eye, Sarah Sutton-Seti can't stand to your face, why are you so worried about this, brother? He must be really important to you for him to get you triggered like that.
Well, the reason why he got so triggered is because Seti called him out for sexually exploiting black women. Man, Umar, that was... Anytime people call him out for that, he loses. Anyway, this is the brother that's albino, this video is kind of long. It goes for like 20 minutes, and it's just sad, But it goes to show you Umar. The colorism it's a huge aspect of Umar's mentality. He'll use color against other black people. He doesn't have a problem with anyone. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Derek. That even though Umar says that black men, we shouldn't be dating outside the race, we shouldn't be engaging in sexual intercourse with white women or any other women. He calls them salsa bunnies and all this sand bunnies, all this other racially, I'm just going to use a term, racially charged, derogatory terms against these other groups of people. That if they said something like that about black people, all of a sudden Black Lives Matter, but Umar can talk like this about other groups of people. At the end of the day, if he could engage in sexual intercourse with any of these so-called salsa bunnies or sand bunnies and no one would know about it, he would do it. See? He's a total hypocrite and total contradiction. That's just his rhetoric. In principle, he'll say that we shouldn't do that, but in practice, he would do that if he had the chance to do it and if no one would find out about it. And it's possible that he's already done. I don't really care. I don't give a shit. What he needs to do, settle down with one woman and just settle down. He's 50. I mean, it's ridiculous. Thanks, Derek, for super chat. Okay, for sure. Now, we're going to finish this video right here. We're going to be done for. Thank you all so much for tuning on. Thanks everyone who sent the super chat. Thanks everyone who hit that like button during the live stream. If you haven't hit it and you enjoyed the show, go and hit that like button. I appreciate it. Thanks to the mods for handling business. Everyone who sent the super chats. Also have CashApp and PayPal links listed inside the description of this video. We have 566 likes. Let's see if we can get to 580 before we close out. Let's go ahead and wind this down now. Here we go. Whoa. What's he doing? Trying to find the key.
I'm at your campus, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. The RBG.
Yeah, there he goes again. He has some serious pain that takes place when he bends over or something to that effect. It's happened many times before.
The RBG Rot been with us. I'm at your campus, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yeah, he bent over to pick up the and that's where he had the pain. I actually think that it's in his either in his knee or in his hip, but he's been struggling with that for a very long time. As we get older, though, it happens, But I think he's had chronic pain for a very long time. Because I remember even older videos where he would reach down or he would bend over or if you guys remember when he sat in the chair, because I noticed that even though you can't hear any audio when he does it, you don't hear him, but I can tell he was in pain. Let me show you guys what I mean, right? Because I had pulled the video up earlier today, and that was back in 2019. That's when I kind of first started noticing that he's really struggling with. He has it's chronic. It has to be chronic, because just to bend over, and it's not like he's bending all the way over. He's dealing with some serious pain. But if we go back to this was February of 2019. Yeah, February of 2019. Let me see here. Oh, wait, that's not it. It's the promo video. Yeah, for some reason, my other folder is not. Yeah, it's this one right here. I played part of it earlier. No, it's not that one. Which video was it? Let me think here. Yeah, no, it wasn't the promo video. Yeah, no, it was a promo video. Yeah, that's it. Here it is. I have it right here. But there's a part here, and I'll mute it. But you don't hear him grunting or anything. But I could tell when he sat down that he had some pain going on. And so this is from 2019. So there's a segment in here. Okay, so he's walking around, and then right here where he sits down, watch his face. See that right there? Yeah, I think it's in his hip. See right there? Yeah, you can tell. I don't think it's his knee. I actually think it's his hip. I mean, it could be, but as we get older, we have different types of issues. I know my eyesight isn't what it used to be. Sometimes I'll be like, son, can you read this for me? Because I don't feel like getting my glasses. I was like, I don't feel like reading. I don't even want to try. See him squinting? Yeah, it could be arthritis. It could be. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I saw that, I said, yeah, but there's so many other examples of him. He'll shout out because the the pain is really strong. I think it's chronic, something that's really chronic at this point. User 225 says, interesting how Umar Johnson refers to black women as vanilla and caramel, and it's fine. I'm Asian. If I said red bean or mango queens, I'd be seen as a weirdo. Yeah. But see, I think with Umar. See, I'm not even going to say that it's a cultural thing, although it could be. I just think that in it's not even black culture, because that's not what it is. I think it has more to do with sexism than anything else, and then the objectification of black women. And this is to say that with Umar, for him, I actually think it's weird for Umar to do it, but I also think because of what has been accepted as being the norm or normalized behavior from black men, to be hypersexual, to be predatory towards black women, to be sexist and misogynist, to reduce black women down to their color, the color of their skin, which is colorism, but then also to reduce them at the same time, reduce them to their vaginas, which is the cookie. See, I don't see that in any other, at least I haven't seen that, not to that degree, but I think it's become so normalized. Another example real quick. I often wonder why it is that music is promoted that is so disrespectful towards black women, and it's promoted all the way around the world. But there's no there's no other culture that has that as the preeminent cultural musical expression. See? It just doesn't exist. Just that pops in my mind right now. Two Live Crew. What's the white equivalent to Two Live Crew? There's plenty of other people who pull up. That's just one that popped in my mind right here. What's the Asian equivalent to Two Live Crew? Now it may exist, but it wasn't promoted on a massive scale. So part of what I'm getting, what's the white equivalent to it? Now, is there sexism in amongst quote unquote white people? Yeah. Amongst Asian people? Absolutely. But in terms of as a cultural expression that's presented as being part of black culture, and then is promoted all the way around the world for people to see, there's no equivalent to that. NWA, there's no equivalent to that. So part of what I'm saying, it's not an excuse. I'm just saying that I think that we have been so conditioned as black, quote unquote, black people. I'm just saying it now because of the discussion that we had earlier. We've been so conditioned to accept that as being normalized black male behavior that when it takes place, it's not considered to be weird. It's actually been normalized. And that's why I think Umar gets away with what he gets away with. See? Yeah, that's why Umar gets away with what he gets away with. And again, I'm sure that there are Asian and quote unquote white and quote unquote Mexican that have these expressions too. But I'm talking about it's being promoted within the entertainment industry, the music industry in particular, as being an accurate expression of a culture as a totality. And see, what has happened is what has been expressed as a totality of black culture has been base level bullshit, going all the way back to black exploitation films. Okay, what's the equivalent to black exploitation films with the bitches and this and the pimp culture and all this stuff? What's the equivalent for that with Asian culture for white people? See, I haven't seen it. Okay, does it exist? I'm sure it exists to some degree, but not to the degree that it's promoted as being the preeminent example of black culture. And that's why Umar, we've been so conditioned by this. Umar, he gets away with a lot of stuff that other groups of people, those people wouldn't be able to get away with. Furthermore, if there was a white guy who classified black women as pina colada, hot fudge, warm salt, and he's talking about black women and cookies and all this stuff, black people be out. The same black people that follow Umar, they would be outraged. But somehow Umar gets a pass. See? All right. Thanks, user 225 for super chat. All right, here we go.
The RBG Rock
that's
been with us.
Here we go.
No, 19. 6 years. We've had FDMG for 6 years.
6 years. What is he doing? What's going on?
Peace and love, family. You jumped off already. What's up, fellas?
Yeah. And real quick, there were still elements in early hip hop that was reflective of like gang culture and ghetto centrism. It's just it's devolved even further and further and further. And it's almost like a snake eating its own tail. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse. But it was always there. In fact, the precursor to it was black exploitation films. That's why you hear a lot of the rhetoric in black exploitation films. You hear it in early hip hop. Yeah, you're very welcome, Ivan. And again, there's nothing wrong with following someone or even being a fan of someone. It's just that Umar, he's such a master manipulator. He's a deceiver. He's what I call the great deceiver of our time. He's deceived a lot of people. And my job is to pull back the veil a bit so that people can get an idea of what Umar is really about. Someone said it earlier. He's really about money, but it's money, it's sex, and it's drugs. See, that's what Umar, his life revolves around these three things. And it has now for decades. Okay, all the scamming and even the school scam, whether it is the St. Paul school scam, the Wilmington school scam, the Detroit. Y'all remember the Detroit school scam? All the scamming is it's a means to an end. for the sex, the drugs, and the money. See, and that's why he went off on SETI. Don't get it twisted, everybody. Umar went off on SETI because SETI spilled the beans about Umar sexually exploiting these black women. But part of what Umar was doing as a great deceiver was he was using the idea and the notion that he's going to save black women's children, single black mothers in particular, from the school to prison pipeline and from special education. He don't really talk about special education as much, but early videos, that's what he said. Earlier Umar, that's what he would talk about. But that was all a ploy. It was a ruse to get closer to these black women to sexually exploit them. And that's what SETI called Umar out on, and that's why Umar went ballistic. A hit dog will holler, and that's exactly what took place. See, so he's really manipulated, and he's deceived a lot of people. And for me, the idea is to shine a light of truth on Umar, and then in the process, it helps people to keep themselves safe, and in particular, you black women out here, to keep you safe, your pocketbooks, okay. But even more importantly, in my opinion, your self-respect and listen, I'm just going to straight up say it like it needs to be said, to protect your vajayjay. Okay, which should be protected. And you got people running around here like Umar, who already has 3 baby mamas and is out here with the bumpity bump on his lip, and he's still running through these black women. Well, if I can put some information out there so that people can see this behavior, and maybe there's 1, 2, 3, or 4 black women over the years that say, listen, I ain't gonna be dealing with this guy. Okay, well, good. It's furthermore, to keep these children safe from Umar. I have videos of Umar when he was doing these college tours with these children, and there's these. It's really 3, 2 more specifically. It was 2 young girls, but he targeted this one, and he would always have his camera. Not always. I don't want to overstate this, but he would oftentimes put his camera on her body parts. If you guys catch my drift. Because that's disturbing in and of itself. So if I can keep some children safe from being in Umar's presence, then that's well worth the time. You see? So there's been plenty of people. There's a lot of people inside the chat room that they used to follow Umar back in the day, and maybe they woke up to Umar, his shenanigans before they saw my videos. But then there's also people who, after seeing my videos, they woke up to the shenanigans. And I want to make it with Umar. See, it'd be different if Umar changed his ways. Okay. He's had plenty of time to do that, but he hasn't. He's still doing the same thing that he's been doing now for decades. See, you guys ever wonder why Umar got all these baby mamas, at least 3? Because he sexually exploits black women. See? It's a mindset. You guys ever wonder why he's always talking about, sex and crushing cookies and all, and pina colada? He always talk pina colada. This is his favorite. He always say pina colada. You ever wonder why? Because that's where his mentality is at. See, that alone should be enough for people to wake up and say, this is not the person that I'm following. Whether you're a woman or a man, if you're a woman, to keep yourself safe from being sexually exploited or taken advantage of by Umar. But if you're a man, to take steps back away from Umar, because if he epitomizes what black manhood and masculinity is, we got a problem. And sadly, in 2025, there are younger black men and even older black men who see Umar as being the epitome. He epitomizes black manhood, masculinity, fatherhood, but he doesn't represent any of that stuff in any honorable way. Think about it. What's masculine about Umar? He's very sassy. Always crying and whining and shit. Complaining about everything. See? What's masculine about Umar? Because he sexually exploits black women? Fatherhood. What does Umar present within the realm of fatherhood to any honorable degree? Nothing. He's a deadbeat. We all know that now. At least 3 times over. He don't even claim the 3rd, baby. I can pull up the receipt and show it. See? Manhood, fatherhood. What does Umar represent in terms of manhood? This is someone who stays inside his mama closet. He's been homeless since 2019. He hasn't worked a job since 2010, 2011. It'd be different if he had a legitimate business, but he don't have a legitimate. He's just been scamming black people for all this time. There's nothing manly about Umar. There's nothing masculine about Umar. There's nothing fatherly about Umar. And yet there are black males, younger black males, and older black males who look at him and as if he epitomizes what these things should be in the black community. No, absolutely not. See, he's a problem. So that's why the work that I do, it's you hear me speak about these types of topics from time to time. We'll get into the funny shit and watching his videos, but I always bring it back. Like you going off on a rant. We need to get back to the video. No, that's not what this is. Not just about the videos. The videos are, excuse the pun, it's a jump off for me. The videos is a way, it's a platform to get to the deeper issues. about Umar and how he's dangerous when it comes to the black community. And in particular for you, if you guys are looking from a vantage point, you black men, you shouldn't be looking up to someone like this. There's plenty of other black men out here that you can look up to that isn't living this type of debauchery filled lifestyle with the substance abuse and the gambling problems and living off of his mama and all this other deadbeat dad. There's plenty of men you can look up to that can provide a better example than Umar. I would propose that most black men would provide a better example than Umar. See? And then for black women, you don't need to be looking to this guy as someone who's going to save your child. He don't even take care of his own kids. See, but if he saves your, and if what you have to pay in order to get your child saved is out of your pocketbook, you got a problem. And if what you got to pay is giving up that cooch in order to get your child saved from the quote unquote prison to the pipeline, that's a heavy price to pay, my dear. So you got to think critically about that. And that's what Umar expects. That's what he's hoping for. And that's why he does what he does. It's about sex, it's about money, and it's about drugs. That's all this shit comes down to. FDMG is about sex, it's about money, it's about drugs. That's all this comes down to. Umar is about sex, he's about money, and he's about drugs. And it's really that simple. But he's fooled so many people to where they see him in a different life. But see, that's what Sauron did. He did that to the elves. Okay, he did that to the hobbits, right? He did that to the ones that's inside of the mountains. He did that to them too. Made them think that he was one thing, got them to put them rings on. Once they put them rings on, he brings out the master ring and controls them and got them acting all kind of buck wild crazy. Hit the one. That's why I call him the great deceiver of our time. But see, what I have found is that if you engage in critical thinking over time and you look at the receipts clearly and objectively, the truth will be revealed. And I know I clown the shit out of Umar. We clown the shit out of Umar, and it's fun. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is the analysis. And if we look carefully enough, you'll see a pattern, and that pattern is representative of what Umar is. Okay, sex, money, and drugs. That simple. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. User 225 says, is it accurate to say Umar Johnson is objectifying black women under the guise of uplifting them? It sounds empowering at first, but he's just freaking off. I think that's part of it, because he'll say things about black women that sound good. But if you listen to Umar carefully, it's most of the time when he's talking about black women, it's either he's talking shit about you all or he's sexually objectifying you. See, but I think that for some, and I'm not saying all the way across the board. I'm just going to say this in general. It's a generalization that in general, black women have been so abused and mistreated by black men that they expect this, and it's been normalized, this type of abuse. So when Umar does it, it's no big deal, because but see, isn't that what abusers do? They'll say some nice shit every once in a while to keep you, sticking with them. But then it always returns back to the abuse, and that's Umar. See, but I also think that Umar, he doesn't have to use this idea of empowering black women as much. What he's done consistently, and this is the pattern with Umar. This is what I mean by if you look at this objectively, you do the pattern recognition, do enough research into Umar, you realize that he doesn't have to do that as much. All he has to do is play upon the emotions of black women and their fears about their sons in particular. You notice he don't be talking about the black girls' school anymore. He ain't talking about that. He talks about the black boys' school, because he wants to play on the fears that these black mothers have about their sons, out in the streets. Maybe they get affiliated with gangs. Maybe they get into the drugs, and that the fathers aren't home or aren't in the home. And Umar, then he represents this example of a black man in masculinity who's going to do what? Save their sons from the school to prison pipeline. You see? It's not so much uplifting the black women. In point of fact, I've heard Umar say things like, why would I, you black women, you think that you can raise these boys. You can't raise these boys. That's the men's job. That's why you got to send them to me. Get on your CashApp, get on your PayPal. See? So he doesn't have to spew stuff all the time where it's uplifting black women. And in point of fact, as an abuser, he will demean them to tear them down enough to make them feel as, lowering their self-esteem over time. That's what abusers do, to make them feel as if they have no chance of keeping their children, their sons in particular, out of the school to prison pipeline, to keeping their sons out of jail, to keeping them out of gangs, to keep them, et cetera, et cetera. So he does that to demean them to such a degree that they therefore see themselves in a subservient position to who? Umar. And then he presents himself as a savior. But what is it tied to? It's about the emotionalism. He's tapping into their emotions and what? Their fear. See? So he does both, but I don't think that he has to do the empowerment talk as much. See, as an abuser, he'll tackle the issue of demeaning them, demoralizing them, the Black women, making them feel less than so that he can present himself as greater than, and then he becomes a solution to their problem. He solves their fear. But you notice he's not solving the issue of their whatever their Black boy, because he ain't opened up no damn school yet. What is he doing? He uses this as an opportunity for what? Sex, money, and money to get the drugs. That's all it comes down to. No, thank you, User225. Scott says they need to go watch Beyond Gangster Blackface video. Yeah. I have that. That's on. There's an extended version too. I have it. But that's on YouTube. Y'all go check that out. Some interesting stories that are told about that. I grew up in a time period in Southern California where NWA was really, really huge. And that opened up the floodgates for a lot of what we see today. Especially when it comes to like gang culture. It's not that these people were gang banging either. That's not the case. They were living in the hood, but just because you live in the hood don't mean that you gang banging. Okay, it was all a front, but it promoted this idea of ghetto centrism as expressed through gang culture. But they weren't gang bangers. Okay, so they may be affiliated, or they may have friends or cousins or relatives. I got that too, but that don't mean that I'm deep into gang banging. And I've done extensive research into all the members of NWA. There were ones who had relatives, but most of them overwhelmingly they weren't ever gang banging. Okay. But it promoted that. And then what we see today in hip hop, the thing is this, real quick. The thing is that if it is an expression of a person's reality, I get that. But why is it that reality is what is globalized as the permanent example of Black culture? See, that's a problem, because it's not reflective of what the vast majority of most Black people ain't gang banging. See? And yet that's what's promoted. And then there are people who ain't really dealt with Black people, and they think that that's who we are and that's what we're all about. Okay, that's not who we are, and that's not what we're all about. It's just a very small subset of the Black community that's involved with that shit. But the entertainment industry did a fantastic job at overwhelmingly to promote that shit. And there are people who not only bought into it on the exterior looking in and thinking that that's what Black people are all about. Look at these Black people, look at what they all into. But then there are also Black people who see it, and because it's being promoted and idolized, then they want to aspire to towards that shit too. Even though they weren't, in some cases, they were never in these streets. You even got white people doing it. Remember the guy that came out and said that he was Umar Johnson's son? He think he's black and all this, no, this is, you just seen too much of this shit on TV. You done seen too much of this shit on the internet. And that's what's been promoted since the 1980s. And so there's people who somehow because it's been glorified, they want to be that, but you ain't got no street in you. Okay. It's a bunch of bullshit. Anyway. Yeah, y'all check it out. The documentary here is on YouTube. All right. Thank you so much, Scott, for the super chat. We have like 2 minutes left on this. Let me go ahead and put this up. Then we're going to be done. Oh, my goodness. Here we go.
I know I'm blind in the back. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, gorgeous?
No. I look crazy.
She don't want to be on the screen.
Somebody snap with me.
Yeah, please. No, for real.
I said just go up there here, cool.
I know.
He gonna rap with you.
No, come on. You got something smaller, right?
Yeah. I'll take it off.
Cool. Yeah, you owe me a picture anyway.
I got you. We almost ready with the school.
She down here hollering.
He said we almost ready with the school.
Umar, you can go there. Listen, I can be natural all day. No, that's not a problem. I love being natural. Okay.
I feel you, boy. I feel you.
I don't know what happened to you.
Go up there and rap.
She ain't saying nothing now.
She did like this.
That's Umar, because I follow him. I'm like, yeah. She said, well, he's so sexy. I said, he's right there.
She did one of these. Let's go up there and rap with her. I start that.
We got to do the floors. Once we do the floors, we want to apply for the certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Oh, he lying. He been saying that for such a long time. Certificate of occupancy, get the floor.
Good.
And if they pass us, we good. If all goes well, we're going to have a grand opening in September.
Okay, and
here we go. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Grand opening in September for the community.
Yeah.
We're going to start with the kids 1 year.
Yeah.
I told you all that that's what he was going to do. Hit the one. I got a live stream tomorrow for everyone. Okay. I got a live stream. So tomorrow, I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna set the show up for tomorrow for members only. We'll do that. And then after that, we're gonna start right here. Hit the one. I told you all. See, he just changed the date. See? It's supposed to be September 2025, but now what he's saying, because I told you that's what he's probably going to do. I said what he's going to do is probably do something where he opens up just for the people to come see it. That would be September of 2025, even though he said the grand opening was last year. He said that's when the school was going to actually start. It's going to start. Now what he's saying, y'all, listen, I need some credit. Now hit the one. I told people that this is what he will do. Now what he's saying is that in September, if everything goes well, it passes inspections, and you know that's not going to happen, but that he's going to have a grand opening for the community. That's it. But then he says, then he's going to have the school going to actually start in 2026. I'm going to play it one more time. We're going to come back to this tomorrow. Wow. Here we go.
We got to do the floor. Once we do the floor,
I told y'all.
Certificate of occupancy.
Okay, good.
And if they pass us, we good. If all goes well, we're going to have a grand opening in September.
Okay, and because the city.
Grand opening in September for the community.
Yeah.
We're going to start with the kids 1 year.
Yeah.
See, he said we're going to start with the kids 1 year from, then he stopped. But what he's saying is we're going to start with the kids 1 year from September of 2025. There you go. So what that means, y'all, is that this grand opening has already been pushed back. I'm talking about the actual school opening with the kids and everything. It's been pushed back to, he said 1 year, so that would be September of 2026. Damn. We're going to end it right. Well, let me let this, because there's only about maybe a minute left. Let me let it play.
Grace go up too.
Yes, if we get approved in time, we're going to do the fest.
We need the fest. Yeah, we definitely need.
See, now he's talking about the festival. He don't have it on the calendar. If we get improved in time, we're going to do the fest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, here we go.
Give it to girl Callie, the one that tried to do the podcast. I gave her a number to California, Simone. I stopped by and hollered at you.
Did she text me? Do you know?
I think she.
Well, I got
she texted me. I responded, but I don't think I heard back from her.
Yeah, she tried to get you on podcast.
Yeah, I was just over there.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Because she was supposed to get Angie Stone passed
Stone. Is she in LA?
Yeah, she in LA.
Because I'm gonna be in LA for Juneteenth, Sunday, June 22nd.
East Beach.
So tell the text me. I might be able to link it in.
Okay, she outside. She in Ontario, California. That's like.
Oh, she's 2 hours away.
I was going to say, we close now. Thank y'all so much for putting on there.
Oh, she in
They ain't talking
Ontario.
about that. She changed the date, 2025.
She must want to do a
2026.
No.
I mean, I could fly to Ontario, but them tickets expensive if you go into that area.
Right, but she, I don't like that airport.
Okay, she move around.
Right, but she be in LA all the time.
Okay, so she can do it. Okay, try to get with.
No. I wouldn't do that anyway. I'm real. I keep my credit balance under 6%. I don't be playing.
We had that conversation about it.
I remember. Try to get with me though.
I got you.
All right, I'm gonna finish this trash. All right, y'all.
Nah, you don't know. You did a lot for me. When you had your first
festival.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got a chance to link with. I'm like a networker, so everybody calls me to come and talk to the people because I can talk to everybody.
You see, by turning to a museum that opens once a month.
Get out of here.
Yes, and I end up having.
Well, Tariq got the Hidden History Museum. Umar, what would Umar's museum be called? The Hidden School Museum. Okay, we're gonna leave it right there. All right, thanks, Derek. Thanks everyone who sent the super chats. I appreciate y'all, and thanks everyone for tuning on in. Thanks for being patient because I've been away because I've had other stuff going on. Tomorrow for sure because we got to come back tomorrow. During the day, we'll do a live stream to start. We'll do a live stream for members only, and then we'll back that up to back-to-back Memphis. We'll do a live stream where we pick up with what he said right there, and then there's other videos we gotta get caught up on too from the last week, and I already have those downloaded. But we're gonna start right there. I think I'll name the video title. Umar has pushed the FDMG grand opening to back to 2026 because that's in essence what he did here. I told people that that's what he was going to do. But here's one last point. It's also possible that what Umar is going to end up doing, because this is all predicated on the idea or the notion that he's going to pass inspections, he's going to get the certificate of occupancy put in, and he's going to get all renovations completed. That's not even going to happen. He could act like he did. He could act like he put in the certificate of occupancy, and he could just simply say, I'm giving him an idea. That's probably what he's going to do now. Because it's like he's doing what he's doing here with pushing the date back and saying that for the community, the grand opening is going to be September of 2025. But he can tell people he put in the certificate of occupancy, but that it was denied, and therefore we can't have the community grand opening. And then he can start saying, "Oh, we're going to do it in January of next year, just like he did last year. We're going to do." He said the same thing last year. We're going to do this in February of 2026, and then we're going to do the grand opening. The actual school opens up in September of 2026, or he'll say August of 2026. Okay, mark my words. I told people this was going to happen. Here we are. Wow, this guy's changed the date again, and yet there are people who think that Umar is going to open up the school. One last thing that just came to mind. Remember the poll question today was whether or not Umar was going to keep his promise and open up the school September of 2025. Okay, the answer is no. He's already changed the grand opening date. When we say grand opening, that is the opening of the school. Faculty, staff, students enrolled. He has a budget. Okay, he has buses. He has a curriculum. He has IT infrastructure. And yeah, I got to say this, it's accredited. Okay, he already admitted it's never going to be accredited, but needs to be accredited. Otherwise, what's the point? That's the grand opening. Now what Umar is doing, he's saying that the grand opening is simply that the community can come see the abandoned buildings. Very, very slick. But I told people that that's exactly what's going to happen. And here we are. Time always tells the truth. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll pick up I'm going to start with that just to kind of let people know that, hey, listen, he's changed the date already. We'll get to that, but then we'll also, prior to that video, we'll do a members only live stream. I'll set the members only live stream up right after we're done with this live stream. And then probably in the morning time, I'll set up the next live stream. We actually get into that again, and then we'll get into the other videos that we haven't covered so far. Thank you so much. And we got the 600 likes. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Quick Chats undefeated. I want to thank the bonds for handling business today. I also want to thank everyone who sent their super chats. If you sent in cash as or PayPal, thank you all so very, very much. Again, I'm going to try to do my best to do a live. No, I got to. So it's going to be during the day. Some of y'all might be at work. I'm off tomorrow. We're going to do that tomorrow for sure. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Everyone in Quick Crush Chat, and thank you all so much for your support. Quick Crush Chat is undefeated. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh. So
yeah, Black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's official. FDMG Grand Opening 2026 happens every single year. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Thanks, Fry Guy. Turn the music down. Let me know. Thanks, Pointy, for tuning on in. Miss Independence. Oh, wait. I appreciate this frontal penguin. I love that. That is too funny. Thanks, Keith, for tuning on. Tippy. Okay. Thanks, VH, for tuning on in. Appreciate you, Derek, is in the building. This video was nuts. Thank you, Sunkiss Melanin. It looked like you at the casino. Were you at the casino? I thought if it's your money, but Umar, you going to casino on other people's money. That ain't right. What's up, Jim? Appreciate you. Derek's in the building. What's up? Just salute to James. James, thank you so much. I appreciate you, James. I'm doing a double salute. James be sending me all the receipts. I appreciate you, bro. Hey, RJ. Fly guy. You better save that money. I'm messing with you. This is your buddy. You work for it. Umar, he ain't work for a doggone thing. He be up in there. There you go.
Crush.
Gosh,
Crush.
Orlando, gracias. Who are over there hitting cookies? Wow. Yeah. Good night, guys. Thanks for tuning on in. Appreciate you. That's undefeated. Peace, Mike. Thanks, Vicky. Good to see you too. Good night. Hey, Pete. Texas D. How you doing? Appreciate you. That's what he said. Good night, Biggie. The Warriors lost. The end of an era. Okay, listen, y'all enjoy the rest of the evening. I know it's late. We'll be back tomorrow during the day. I appreciate y'all. Again, thanks to the mods for handling business. Shout out to the Cook Crush Chat. Cook Crush, that's undefeated. It's official. FDMG grand opening has been rescheduled for September of 2026. Told y'all. All right. Cook Crush, that's undefeated. Love y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.